doing well. If you are from the States, I hope you're having an excellent Memorial Day weekend. I once again hope that you are doing well. Please take a moment if you're jumping in the chat, or please take a moment too, I should say, jump in the chat, say hello, let me know how you're doing and what you want to talk about today. I figured today, since it's Memorial Day in the States, I would talk about Freemasonry and soldiers, famous Masonic soldiers, Masonic war memorials, Masonic war stories, of which there are many, not just in America, but around the world, even here in Canada, in Windsor. Very close to where I am, there's a Masonic war memorial. One of, I would say, kind of a jewel, not just in Ontario Masonry, but in Freemasonry worldwide. And so maybe I'll even talk about that. But Freemasonry military history, that's part 2. That's, we'll talk about that an hour in. For the first part, just wait to see anybody who joins and what it is you want to talk about. Of course, as always, I do want to mention, as I did yesterday, my Patreon. And specifically, if you guys are interested at all, we are having our Patreon discount offer. Which, let me see now if I can track it down. The code is 23D69. Here it is. I'm going to leave this right here. We actually have a ton of Masonic lodges and Masonic bodies chatting about Memorial Day, which I think is awesome to see. So maybe I'll talk about some of those as well. But for now, let's just see who joins and what it is that you guys want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. But let's give it a bit of time, see who joins. This first hour, it's just talking about anything people want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry, any thoughts people have, positive, negative, or neutral on Freemasonry. I'd love to hear it. Just sending a quick message to some brethren to see if they want to join. And welcome, and I do hope to all my American brothers, American friends, American family, just all the Americans who might be watching this, American audience. I hope that you guys are having a wonderful Memorial Day Monday. Celebrating with your friends and with your family and etc. etc. And thank you if you are American and you're here. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. As always, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, jump in the chat, say hello, let me know how it's going. And for this first hour, let me know what it is that you want to talk about. For hour 2, we will switch it up and we'll talk about again, Freemasonry and Memorial Day. Jack Nickerson is back, I believe. I believe you've been on this stream before, if I recall correctly, but welcome back, Jack. I rhymed there. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you'll be so kind as to hit the like button, like and subscribe, etc., etc. That would be very, very helpful. And I do appreciate you being here. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if you have heard of our Patreon discount opportunity. 10% off if you join in the next 7 days. Bryce Abernathy. Welcome, Bryce. I believe you are new to the stream. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like button and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and let me know if there's anything that you want to talk about. Thank you, Jack. I truly appreciate it. As always, this is hour one, which is just chatting about anything. So, Bryce, let me know how it's going and any questions you have about Freemasonry, I'll do my best to answer them. The second hour is when we switch over to specific topics, like in this case, Memorial Day. Is your Masonic lodge or body celebrating Memorial Day? Could be barbecue, could be parade, could be social media post. Start the poll. Thank you, Jack. I truly appreciate it. And let me know in the meantime how you're doing. I hope you're having a good day. Let me know, Jack, if you might be interested in being a Patreon member at any level, any tier. But for now, we're going to give it a little bit of time. We're going to see who joins. I hope also everybody has had the chance to check out my most recent episode, which I released on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern, about Freemasonry and mindfulness practices, meditative practices, how we as Freemasons can potentially benefit from those practices. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Welcome if you are just joining us. I hope you'll take a moment to jump in the chat, say hello, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're here to chat about Freemasonry and Memorial Day, but that's hour number 2. The first hour is just giving us a chance to see who can join and what it is that you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I would love to hear them. We in Canada had our long weekend. Last weekend, we celebrated Victoria Day, which is usually in Canada, it's the unofficial start of summer. So, I feel like that's the same thing for people in the States. I feel like the Memorial Day kind of is your unofficial start to summer. And so I hope that even if you're not a Mason, but you're just in the States right now, you're a citizen of the United States, and you are celebrating your Memorial Day, I hope that it is a great start to summer. I can say the weather here is beautiful. Also, give a quick shout out to all those people who have to work on holidays, whether they be firefighters or any type of first responder, or they work in a prison, or they're doctors. There's a lot of people who don't get these holidays off, and so nothing but respect to them for working while while the rest of us get to have these celebrations. Here's one, Bentonville Masonic Lodge. Today we pause to remember the brothers who serve and made the ultimate sacrifice. Their light lives on in the hearts of the craft and freedoms we hold dear. That is from Bentonville Masonic Lodge. Looks like Scottish Rite Masons are marching as well in some parades. So I'm going to share that one. East Palestine Lodge number 417. Posted something as well. Welcome, if you're just joining us, hope you take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, and let me know if there's anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts, any comments, any ideas, positive, negative, or neutral, I would love to hear them. Also, if you are just joining us, I hope you will take a moment to hit the like button and the subscribe button. And hopefully, if you are celebrating Memorial Day today in the States, you're celebrating it with friends, family, brethren, loved ones. I hope that everybody, though, is doing very, very well. But for now, as always, we're going to give a bit of time for the audience to see if they can track us down. And then next hour in, the 1 hour mark is when I'm going to switch it over and start talking about specific topics. Today, it's going to be Freemasonry and Memorial Day. What some Masonic lodges are doing to celebrate Memorial Day. Freemasonry and their involvement. I guess celebrating is not the right word. Observing, respecting, reflecting on Memorial Day might be the better term, the better word. But nonetheless, Freemasons involved in Memorial Day. So that could include, making participating in a parade, making floats, or participating in a parade on a float, a barbecue at the lodge. There's a lot of different ways that we can celebrate or observe Memorial Day, and a lot of Masonic lodges are already doing so, to their absolute credit. You see that a lot of stuff on social media. The George Washington Masonic National Memorial, proof. There's a lot of different Masonic lodges doing stuff. So we'll talk about that when we reach hour number 2. But again, hour number 1, join us in the chat, say hello, let me know how you're doing and what it is that you want to talk about. But as always, that is section 2. Section 1, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Jump in the chat. Answer our poll question. Is your Masonic lodge or body doing anything to celebrate Memorial Day? Could be a barbecue. Could be a social media post. Could be taking part in a parade. And let me know how you guys are doing. I may do a second stream later on tonight also. But we'll just give it a bit of time. As always, like I always say, I don't want to. The first hour, I kind of wait to see if there's an audience floating around that wants to join. And the second hour is when I switch over and start talking about specific topics. Or, I mean, these are all rough times, to be honest, but approximately 1 hour in. I may also do another stream tonight because I've been finding lately that for a lot of people, they tend to join more at the later times. So might be worth, I mean, especially I suppose it does make sense. 1 p.m. people are working. So it might be worth doing another stream later on tonight, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Whenever I'm talking about these streams or these times, it's always Eastern Standard Time. And as I've been mentioning in the past, I do have a discount promotion going right now on my Patreon, patreon.com/scoreandcompass. With the code 23D69, you get 10% off when you join a paid tier. So I hope everybody will do that. Take advantage of it, take advantage of the opportunity. On Patreon, you get a lot of different options, things that are available that you know, one of the biggest things is you get a chance to message me directly and suggest different ideas and thoughts. Might be kind of cool. Buddy Cole, good day. Good day, Buddy Cole. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know if you saw, I think you responded to it on X. I forget for sure. But I posted, left a message to Jubilee. Jubilee does the Surrounded series where they'll have, 20, they'll have a doctor and the doctor will be surrounded by 20 anti-vax people or something like that. Or they'll have like Republicans surrounded by 20 Democrats or whatever it might be. I thought a really cool kind of idea for a Jubilee show would be, one Freemason surrounded by 20 anti-Masons. Or the opposite, maybe you could even have one anti-Mason surrounded by 20 Masons. That might freak them out a little bit. But then what you do is the Mason will make a statement like Freemasonry is a charitable organization that, makes the world a better place. And then the 20 anti-Masons get the chance to respond to that statement, whether positively, explain why they disagree, and people kind of debate back and forth. It's a really interesting format. The most recent one was with Jordan Peterson, which is kind of fun. What in the Mason is going on here? Combining? I'm going to say combine. I am a Freemason. This is Square and Compass Promotions. I do these live streams every Monday through Friday around 1 p.m. I also produce other content all about Freemasonry because it's a thing I love to talk about. I've been a Freemason since 2007. I certainly don't know everything about Freemasonry, but I like to think that I at least have some knowledge based on both my experiences, just the length of time I've been a Mason, and being a past master and current master. I thought it might be kind of fun to live stream. But Combine, I'm not sure if you've been on the stream before. I feel like you might be new. I hope you'll be so kind as to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Oh, sorry, I just scrolled through my lives. I figured lives. I figured when you said loves, you meant lives. I thought it was secrecy. Sorry, brother. Good work. Well, I mean, there are elements of Freemasonry that are private. I don't like to use the term. Secret. I prefer private. There are elements of it that are, and I try not to discuss those on my stream, obviously. But I love talking about my experiences in Freemasonry, why I love it, what I love about it, and also the areas where I feel like it might be struggling a bit and could do better. That have the potential to go very well or very poorly. That is true. Would need someone cool under pressure, not given to logical fallacies in the heat of the moment, and very knowledgeable on Masonry in general. I myself, that is very true, Buddy Cole. One of the challenges that you face, and this is the kind of natural danger that exists when any organization, the membership therein starts to engage in the public sphere, especially the online sphere, right? So, there is in a lot of jurisdictions, a lot of grand lodges and Masonic lodges are creating social media committees, social media rules, because the concern, which is completely fair, is, Random Mason starts a YouTube channel, and, me, I could be an example of it, right? Random Mason starts a YouTube channel, starts talking about a whole bunch of stuff that is, starts saying a bunch of stuff that isn't true or is incorrect or just presents a bad angle of the craft. And that reflects badly on Freemasonry as a whole, right? And there's a natural tendency for Grand Lodges to want to control that. The problem is there's a few problems. First, I'm not sure it's possible to control that. The ubiquity of social media is such that anybody with a phone and an internet connection, doesn't have to be his own, it could be a public internet connection, can jump on and start talking. So it's very hard to control. And, if you start to try to control the messaging of Masons too much, you run into the problem of losing opportunities. Because the anti-Masons, they have no governing authority, so they can just say whatever they want, as much as they want, as often as they want, and there's nobody they have to answer to, right? So they do have that advantage. And if you've got 50 anti-Masons and they're all posting anti-Masonic content all the time, even if 40 of them go nowhere, 10 of them will maybe blow up or something, right? Meanwhile, if you have 50 Masons who are posting positive Masonic content, but they're always responding or answering to their Grand Lodges, it slows it down, it's harder to respond, and you end up in this situation where other people, where the anti-Masons kind of are more nimble, more quick, can post more. So it's tough. Spirit, happy Memorial Day to you as well. Thank you for being here. I hope you are doing well. Zayn, I tralala, me. Since Zayn, I, read out tralala, me, I hope that you will hit the like button and subscribe button. It would be best to clear such participation with the PR committee of one's Grand Lodge. If needed, such committees could provide training. I mean, yeah, there is a value to that, but also, there is a danger to that as well. Zayan, greetings to you as well. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button, please. Because the danger of it is, so if I make it clear, and I always do that on these streams, right? If I make it clear, so let's say were to do the Jubilee Surrounded series, for example. And I make it clear at the start of this series, I'm speaking exclusively for myself, and my views and my experiences as a Freemason. Then, anything I say that maybe doesn't go well or looks poorly, at the end of the day, that maybe will just blow back on me and not be a reflection of the Masonic lodges. But by the same token, if I speak to a social media committee beforehand and I go on as a representative of that Grand Lodge, then suddenly if I mess up or screw up, now the Grand Lodge kind of has to wear it. Whereas opposed to, it's me as a private citizen speaking as a private Mason speaking based on my own experiences and knowledge. I don't have to eat that. The Grand Lodge doesn't have to eat my mistakes. So sometimes that distance is actually a good thing, and it allows us to be a little bit more, again, nimble. It's kind of like, a good example of it would be the recent issue with Conor McGregor and Tucker Carlson and the Grand Lodge of Ireland, where um, they got in trouble because they had Tucker Carlson and Conor McGregor doing an interview at the Grand Lodge of Ireland. Whereas if just at the start of it, you make it clear that what the building does and how the building operates is separate from how the Grand Lodge operates, and the building is its own entity, then you don't have the blowback, and the building is able to still collect the revenues from what I'm assuming Tucker Carlson's pretty rich. I'm assuming he paid a lot of money to film there. You have to find a way to be able to both a Mason and a private individual expressing your opinions on Freemasonry. Amit Yadav, welcome back, Amit. It's good to see you return once again. I hope you're doing well. My Grand Lodge offers. So I think that's a good way to do it, Buddy Cole. I think that's the right approach. Provide advice, provide counters. Provide advice, provide pointers, but also respect and allow people to kind of at the end of the day try to engage in the social media sphere, and just make it clear they speak exclusively for themselves as much as you can do any of that stuff, right? And also, I think one other thing that it kind of behooves us as Freemasons to constantly do is remind people of the jurisdictional nature of Freemasonry, which can help solve some of these problems. Because if we as Freemasons, if people believe that Freemasonry is this monolithic organization that, there's one global entity that controls everything, then that means every time a Mason says anything, anywhere, it reflects on the whole craft, as opposed to understanding that things are jurisdictional. Even as a Mason, I'm answerable to the Grand Lodge of Ontario here in Canada, but nowhere else. And that helps kind of combat some of this stuff. How do you become a Freemason? Do you get better jobs opportunities? So, Combine, you do not get better job opportunities unless you happen to be lucky enough that in your Masonic Lodge, there's somebody who happens to be hiring, but that would just be luck of the draw, whether or not there is, somebody who owns a business and is hiring. That is very much just luck of the draw. In terms of how do you become a Freemason, though, the old advice, by the way, Bryce, welcome. Thank you for being back. The old advice is kind of the best advice, which is to be one, ask one. So you need to find the Masonic Lodge or body that is closest to you, the one that hopefully is, has contact information available. If you have to, you can find the building. You can always just send a message to them or send a letter to them, which I've done a few times. And you get in touch and kind of ask them. I'm doing well, Christopher. I hope you are doing well also. Once again, to everybody watching this, I hope you will take advantage of the Patreon offer we have ongoing right now. 10% off if you become a paid Patreon member. 23D69 is the code. 23D69. Let me see if I can find the information once again, and I'll put it in a comment. Doing well. I mean, I hope you're doing well. Today is Memorial Day in the States, so I figured, an hour in or so, I will talk about Freemasonry and Memorial Day. Some of the messages I've seen. I may do a midnight movie stream tonight. Who knows? But on my other channel, my main channel. Sorry, on my personal YouTube channel, I may do that. We'll see. I do find late night movie streams tend to go well, and I get a lot of people jumping in. So. But I do hope everybody is doing well. Please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how it's going, and let me know if there's anything you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I would love to hear them. Well, my name is Cameron. My name is Cameron, but Square and Compass Promotions. That's the thing you got to remember, and it's with the ampersand symbol. I don't know if Combine, if you're still there, but let me know if you have any more questions. I'll do my best to try to answer. Bryce, hello. Let me know if you're still there. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer. We've been talking about the Jubilee surrounded series. Maybe I'll make that the next person. Janessa, welcome back. Thank you for returning once again. If you've not done so yet, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if you think a Freemason should go on the Jubilee Surrounded series. It could be one Mason surrounded by 20 anti-Masons. It would be, I think, really, really fun and cool to see what the response would be like. I think it would be fascinating. And again, it does present challenges, as Buddy Cool brought up. Who are you getting? Is he cool under pressure? Is it going to be kind of a disaster, etc., etc.? But if it goes well, it could be a major benefit to Freemasonry. So it's definitely worth, in my opinion, exploring. Oh, Cameron. My name is Cameron. Cameron Adamson. So 2 votes, 2 yeses. So just for the record, I did tag Jubilee on my suggestion. Janessa, hello. I hope you are doing well. I hope everybody watching this is doing well. Please take a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts, any comments, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear them. As always, this first hour is just me chatting. And then the second hour is a specific topic. Today it's going to be Freemasonry Memorial Day. Freemasonry is a umbrella term which references organizations. Often these are fraternities, so male organizations, but there are also organizations for women and for both men and women. Organizations that trace their origins to the stone mason guilds of medieval Europe. They are social clubs and fraternities, and like every fraternity, they use ritual to create bonds of shared experience, or to create shared experiences, which then create bonds of friendship. Well, I mean, it's a fraternity. I mean, it's not really a party per se. A lot of times it's actually quite the opposite. It's very boring and not fun at all. It's minutes and, you have a meeting. If you have your business meeting or administration meeting, it's minutes. It's paying accounts, but it is like a fraternity. Yeah, a fraternity, but not like a college frat. I mean, we do sometimes have parties, which is quite nice. And we'll invite, wives, girlfriends, whatever it is, not both at the same time, or family members, and we'll have a big shindig. But it's rare. Usually we do, the parties are the fun things we do to celebrate all of the work we do the rest of the year, whether it be the administrative tasks, bringing new people in, or anything like that. So it's a celebration, right? The parties are the celebrations. Yeah, no, I agree with Buddy Cole on what he says there 100%. It is a civic. I would um, add an S on the end, right? Freemasonry isn't a civic organization. Freemasonry is civic organizations. Because again, it goes to this idea of there's a lot of different Masonic groups and organizations. The way that these different organizations and groups interact with each other is determined based on what we would call recognition or regularity. So, Prince Hall, South Carolina is a Masonic organization, as is the Grand Lodge of Ontario, um, but they don't recognize each other. But that doesn't mean they're not both Masonic in their way. But recognition is the way in which these different organizations and groups interact with each other. But yeah, I do agree. It is this organization, and it does promote all of the things you mentioned, 100%. No, it's no worries. Well, it's not like a cult. A lot of people can sometimes view it as being a cult. If you were to look up the definition of cult, um, a social group that exhibits extreme devotion. This is from here it is. So, a system of religious veneration. This is from the dictionary. A system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object, right? So Freemasonry is not a religion, first of all, and there is no individual um, or object to which Freemasons, direct their veneration or direct their devotion. So, for example, I'm the worshipful master of my lodge. I'm in charge of the lodge this year. I was elected. I have a 1 year term basically. I wish that the lodge venerated and was devoted to me, but sadly they are not. We are still a democracy, which means sometimes the lodge may do things with which I disagree, because I don't get a vote. All my job is to make sure that the meetings run properly and that everybody gets a vote if they, and everybody's ideas get heard, and whatever decision the lodge makes, you can implement it. Well, I am a leader, right? There is no the leader, but in my lodge for the year, I am a leader. But again, it's a democratic leadership. So it's similar to kind of like being the president or prime minister, right? You have leadership capabilities, but um, at the end of the day, it's still democratic, so there's only so much I can do. And there are times, and not just with myself, where the lodge may make a decision that the worshipful master disagrees with. In the same way, sometimes Congress may make a decision that the president disagrees with. It's kind of one of those things where that's kind of the point of um, democracy, right? So yeah, I hope that helped explain it. But my role as worshipful master, as being kind of a leader, is really to make sure that the meetings themselves run appropriately, that the rules are followed in terms of debate and votes, and that nothing, if there is a contentious issue in lodge, is dealt with appropriately, and to make sure that the administrative tasks are done. So everybody gets their notice, everybody gets their summons, everybody knows what's coming next, which you could describe as what's the word I'm looking for? So the administrative side of things, which again, as Buddy Cole points out, and rightly so, as having been a secretary as well for many years, oftentimes it's the secretary who it feels like runs the lodge. Certainly the secretary is the one who spends the most time communicating with the membership. He's the one who's going to contact them about their dues. He's the one who's going to contact them about, a million other things that are happening. Lodge announcements, special events, benevolence requests often go through the secretary. So, he's without a doubt the one who is spending the most time communicating with the brethren. let's give it another, let's say 10, 15 minutes or so. We'll see who else joins before we switch over and chat about Freemason Memorial Day. Also handles taxes, affiliation with State Division of Corporations. Yeah, I mean, and another thing where, a lot of anti-Masons or conspiracy theorists will claim that Freemasonry is a religion. And one of my answers is always, well, if we're a religion, then we should get more tax breaks than we do because, we don't get any tax breaks. We're usually we're taxed as a nonprofit, right? Meanwhile, religions get their tax cuts. So in some ways, I kind of wish the government thought of us as a religion, even though, we are not a religion at all. If, there were more conspiracy theorists in government, maybe Freemasons would get more tax breaks. Welcome. If you are just joining us, thank you so much for being here. I hope you are doing well. Let me know if you think Freemasons should go on the Jubilee Surrounded series, one Freemason surrounded by 20 anti-Masons, for example. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. I hope you are doing well, though. Please take a moment. As I was saying, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We have the throne speech happening in Canada right now, so that's really fun. I hope that everybody there is doing well. Brought in King Charles III to deliver the throne speech. So we have a sitting monarch visiting us as the first head of state, or as the head of state, I should say. I don't know what's going to be said in the throne speech. It is taking place. I'm not sure when it actually starts. I think it's starting shortly. On Twitter, there is a lot of very interesting things being said right now about the king. As you can imagine, on Twitter, oftentimes people have some interesting comments. Please, if you are just joining us, take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you guys want to chat about before we switch over and talk about our topic, which is Freemasonry and Memorial Day. Although, it may be worth talking about the throne speech for a couple minutes as well. Throne Speech Canada 2025. In case you're curious, throne speech is when the government lays out, it's written by the government, but read usually by the Governor General in Canada, and it is where the government basically lists out its priorities and its goals for the coming term of office, which, because there's the Liberal Party is 2 seats away from a majority, I'm pretty sure we're going to have them for the next 4 years. Ryan, hello. How's it going, Ryan? I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for being here, as always. I hope you're having a good day. I wonder if they have actually live stream. Maybe once they play the throne speech, I could watch it here as well. Let me know if you think Freemasons. Oh, we got 5 votes. Should Freemasons go in the Jubilee Surrounded series? 4 yes and 1 no. Let me know, Ryan, if you watch the Jubilee Surrounded series, if you know what that is and what your thoughts are on it. To everybody watching this, thank you for being here as always. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear them. The Throne Speech or Jubilee Series? Jubilee Series, it's this series where it's really interesting. What you have is you'll have one person who is arguing for something, whatever it is, and they will be surrounded by 20 people who disagree. So you might have, one Republican surrounded by 20 Democrats, or one Democrat surrounded by 20 Republicans, or one doctor surrounded by 20 anti-vaxxers, or, could be a million things. One Christian surrounded by 20 atheists, or one atheist surrounded by 20 Christians, or whatever it might be. And they basically will debate. The one person will have to debate against the 20. And so I think you could do one Freemason surrounded by 20 anti-Masons. I think could be really, really fun. I did not see that, I don't think. Let me check that out. Bishop Strickland's recent post. Let me see if I can find it. Bishop J. Strickland, I'm assuming. He's got the blue check mark. I'm going to follow. Trying to track down and see if I can find it. Do you know when, Buddy Cole, he made the remarks? May 20th. Okay, let's go down. I'm at May 24th right now. I'm at May 22nd right now. I'm making it there, guys. May 21st, May 21st, May 21st. Wow, there's a lot of stuff he posted. All right, here it is. Oh, it is time for every Catholic to be clear that Freemasonry is incompatible with our Catholic faith. There is strong evidence that Freemasonry has infiltrated the leadership of the church and done immense damage. Well, that is concerning. Having said that, I suppose it's one of those things where, what can you do? He has this sign. Freemasonry promotes values that go against Catholic teachings. I mean, I'm assuming he's basing this on the Humanum Genus of Pope Leo XIII, is my assumption, is what it's being based on. No one can serve two masters, he says here. Oh, I guess see your comment on there. It is worth noting that the only reason, it's one of those. So the Taxel hoax, that was not helpful for anything. And he admitted it was a hoax too, right? But it's funny, even after he admitted it, people still believed it. Which is usually, Spirit, I would say, very, very good advice. The problem is, when it comes to certain religious nuts, like this tweet he posted, this post, has 314 comments, 1.1400 reposts, 48 4,800 hearts and was seen 190,000 times. So unfortunately, kind of that's what makes it really tough, right? Is that we want to ignore it, but at the same time, we kind of have to accept the fact that people are, that people are seeing it, and we have to figure out how do we combat that. It's kind of like when I posted stuff on Medium once upon a time about uh, artificial intelligence, and I asked different artificial intelligence bots and LLMs what it thought of Freemasonry, and somebody responded, "Why do you care why do you care about what artificial intelligence says about Freemasonry?" Right? And my response was, "Well, I don't care myself really, but I recognize that for a lot of people, especially a lot of young people, um, they are now no longer using Google to learn about Freemasonry, nor are they going to the lodges themselves. They're using AI. They're going to ChatGPT or Grok or whatever it is and asking these large language models, what is Freemasonry?" And I said it's important that we know what AI is saying about us, because other people who aren't Freemasons, that's what they're using to learn about us. And so we need to know what is being said so we can either combat negative views that is being expressed by AI, or if it's positive views, figure out why AI has positive views on Freemasonry and try to build on that. These LLMs, though, because even if, so an LLM is just something trained on a large data set. If the data set, if the consequence of the training is it has negative views on Freemasonry, what does that say about the data on which it's being trained? And how can we, try to respond to that, deal with that? So it's important we try to care. Now, having said that, believe me, I get it. I understand that you'll drive yourself crazy if you spend too much time thinking about what other people are saying, whether they be artificial intelligence or whether it be, this Pope. But we still need to at least have it in mind. Because, it's possible, for example, that of the 190,000 people that saw this tweet from the bishop, a percentage of them are still considering being a Freemason, but now have questions about what the bishop was saying. So we should try to care, try to pay attention, and try to know how to respond to it. But I hope everybody is doing well. Please, if you are just joining us, I hope you'll take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. So not the new Pope. The new Pope hasn't said anything yet to my knowledge, but a I had his name, Bishop Strickland, on May 20th, said Freemasonry and the Catholic Church is incompatible with each other. And he posted this kind of flyer saying why. And like I said, it's been seen 190,000 times. My concern about the new Pope, again, I know very little about him, other than he's from Chicago and he's a White Sox fan, so he's 2 for 2 in my books. But, the name he chose, Pope Leo XIV, the predecessor, Pope Leo XIII, was probably the most influential anti-Masonic Pope in the history of the Catholic Church. So I'm hoping that Pope Leo XIV does not share those views with Leo XIII. Cyber Warrior, welcome from Pakistan. Thank you for being here. I hope, Cyber Warrior, you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and what it is that you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Part of me is somewhat hopeful because the current Pope, he was born in Chicago in 1955 at a time when Freemasonry was very much on the rise in America, in Chicago, and as a consequence, maybe he has some more positive experiences of Freemasonry that others maybe don't. Like the previous Pope was born in Argentina at a time when there really wasn't much Freemasonry in South America, and it was much more shrouded in secrecy, much less kind of known, as opposed to much more clandestine, as opposed to Chicago in the 50s and 60s, where Freemasonry was much more ubiquitous. I think there's like 4 million Freemasons in the United States when the current Pope was, 10 years old. So that does kind of give me hope. That maybe there'll be a change in the Catholic Church. Who knows? Welcome if you're just joining us. And Cyber Warrior, as always, please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. Interesting. Should a Freemason go in the Jubilee Surrounded series? Wow, a bunch of people jumped on and voted no. So yes is 57%, no is 43%. So that is very interesting to see the no's kind of making a little bit of a comeback. Maybe I'll send a message to Bishop Strickland. I'll see if he'll respond. Maybe he wants to even... I guess I can't send a message. Well, no, Bishop Strickland, he has a website. Please, oh, he has contact here. Maybe I could contact him. Who knows? I hope everybody is doing well, though. Please, if you are just joining, take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. And if there's anything that you want to chat about. I do want to talk about Freemasonry and Memorial Day because I love Memorial Day. I love long weekends. I guess saying you love Memorial Day in the States is not quite right because it's not really a day to love in the sense of like joyous celebration. It's more a day for reflection on the sacrifices of soldiers and what they did for us, for Americans, and really for the world. So let's just say I appreciate Memorial Day, kind of the start of summer. It's a really special time. So wonder if it might be worth putting on the throne speech for a couple minutes just to see if anybody wants to listen to that. I agree. Hopefully temperance can prevail. Temperance is definitely the key. I think without question, that is one of the things that I think we as Freemasons need to care about is demonstrating to the world temperance and being temperate. I think it is very it can be incredibly easy to lose that ability to be temperate, unfortunately. So, yeah, I guess keep that in mind. Be temperate. Just trying to find the speech from the throne, Canada. Let's see if I can find maybe it's on CBC. Okay, let's go live. King and Queen meet Lansdowne Park. If I could... Oh, CPAC might be better, actually. Oh, I used to love Lansdowne Park. Wow, it's like a packed house there. Really well attended. Looks like the monarchy is alive and well. CTV News is doing a live stream as well. maybe what I'll do is I will hit the, I'm going to unmute this for a second. Let's listen to what they're saying for a few minutes. For all my Canadian peeps. Or maybe if I could hear it. Oh, all right. We're just that. I'll use CPAC. You guys can hear it in the background, but we have the CPAC images of the King of England and the King of Canada coming to visit. And please take a moment, if you are just joining us, to hit that like button and subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. King Charles is, to my knowledge, not a Freemason, but his pops was. Let me just see if I can track that down now. Oops. On a different stream. King Charles, Freemasonry. Duke of Kent was. List of monarchs who were Freemasons. For heaven's sake, I can't find it now. List of English monarchs who were Freemasons. All right. Yes, I knew his dad was. Really, that is really cool that one of the past Grand Masters held. That is really cool. Here it is. So James VI was a fellow craft mason in 1601. Oh, so he was one of the old school ones. He was one of the original ones, even before the 1717 date. George IV, Grand Master, Premier Grand Lodge of England. William IV, Edward VII, Edward VIII, and George VI, the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Scotland.
To the center of the ring for the ceremonial hood drop.
Born during the reign of his great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. Wait, so he was... He was he the guy from the King's Speech? I'm just trying to see if I can... Yeah, so That's interesting. So George the Sixth, who was, played by Colin Firth in The King's Speech from 2010, was actually a Freemason. I did not know that. That is really, really cool.
Merci, thank you.
You got Mark Carney here with the King of England. That's really cool. Nice to see this. Nice to see a beautiful day for it. Nice. I'm a staunch monarchist myself, I suppose, so it's really nice to see it. Nice to see him with the Prime Minister. Nice to see a nice day in Ottawa. Beautiful day, it looks like, in Ottawa. And kind of all this cool stuff. He was, so that is a really cool little piece of information also. I wonder if the King's Speech references his... I don't think it referenced him in Freemasonry at all. It's been ages since I've seen that movie. Maybe there was a ring or something? The movie The King's Speech not sufficiently mentioned the Freemasonry of King George VI and Lionel Logue, but both of them were indeed Freemasons. King George VI, I'm just reading this from Google, a member of the craft, felt that Freemasonry could play a significant role in the spiritual and moral regeneration, as he stated in 1948. Logue, who helped the king overcome his stammer, was also a Freemason and master of St. George's Lodge in Western Australia. That's really cool. Lionel Logue was a Freemason, initiated passive raised in 1908, and became worshipful master in 1919. He was a member of St. George's Lodge. I'm just watching the on CPAC right now, the King visiting Canada. I guess it's kind of funny to do so on Memorial Day in the States, but we can get along now. It's been a few years, so it's okay.
Introduce you to these wonderful people.
I'm not sure where they are right now. In Ottawa. I lived in Ottawa for a few years. I love Ottawa. Ottawa is an absolutely amazing city. One of the best cities in the world, I think. I absolutely love it. Actually, there was a thing that just came out, 100 Best Cities. Let me see if I can find if Ottawa was in there. I think it was somewhere. But welcome. If you are just joining us, please, I hope you'll take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, what it is you want to talk about. I hope you are having an excellent and wonderful Memorial Day weekend if you are from the States. If you're in Canada, I hope you're enjoying the fact that we have the King has joined us for the day. Let's see. All cities. Ottawa is 52. in terms of the 100 best cities in the world. So I would put it higher than that. But 52 ain't bad out of 100. So it's really cool that George VI was a member of the Navy Lodge also. I think that's really awesome. I think it's really cool to see so many different Masonic lodges represented in so many different fields, including, in this case, the royal family. Welcome. If you're just joining us, I hope you'll take a moment to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you want to talk about. I'm not sure when the actual throne speech is starting. Maybe I'll come back and check this out later. Maybe we can talk now a little bit more about Freemasonry in and Memorial Day. What lodges are doing to celebrate Freemasonry and Memorial Day. Even Freemasonry Freemasonry in the various war, right? The most famous example probably of a Masonic war memorial is the Friend to Friend Masonic Memorial at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. It's a monument dedicated to the Freemasons on both sides of the Union and Confederate armies during the Civil War, specifically highlighting the friendship between Union General Winfield Scott Hancock and Confederate General Lewis Armistead. Monument commemorates their shared Freemasonry and the fact that they remained friends despite fighting in the Civil War. Armistead's personal effects were returned to his wife by Hancock. There's a great Wikipedia article about this, actually, which might be worth... What I'll do is I'll share that. I've never been there myself, but I did learn a lot about it when I was in Philadelphia. They had a little display discussion on it, booklet on it. Right, so the Friend to Friend Masonic Memorial is a Gettysburg battlefield monument depicting the Armistead-Birmingham incident in which Union Army Captain Henry H. Bingman assisted wounded Confederate Brigadier General Lewis Addison Armistead, both of whom were Freemasons. The event occurred shortly after Pickett's charge on July 3, 1863. However, the memorial statue was not created until 1993. Armistead was wounded in the Battle of Gettysburg. His sword was captured by Union forces and later returned around 1906. Armistead entrusted his other personal effects, including his spurs, watch chain, seal, and pocketbook, to Union Army Captain Bingham. This occurred while he was en route to a Union Field Hospital on the Spangler Farm, where he would die 2 days later. During his journey to Armistead, he briefly met Captain Bingham, and after learning that he was the staff general of Winfield Scott Hancock, who was a Freemason as well, he asked Bingham to pass along the items with the message to Hancock. General Hancock was a valued friend of Armistead's from before the war, and they had served together in the Federal Army. Hancock was also wounded at Gettysburg, and he would not see Armistead before he died. The memorial was dedicated on August 21st, 1993, commissioned by the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, hence why it's at the Masonic Temple in Philadelphia, which is also home of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. The sculpture depicts Bingham at the side of Armistead as he has a plaque on the reverse with information regarding dedication. This monument is presented by the Right Worshipful Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of Pennsylvania and dedicated as a memorial to the Freemasons of the Union and Confederacy. Their unique bonds of friendship enabled them to remain a brotherhood undivided, even as they fought in a divided nation, faithfully supporting the respective governments under which they lived. So if you ever get the chance and you are in Pennsylvania in particular, I hope that you will check out, or you are, in Gettysburg, I should say, I hope that you will check out the Friend to Friend Masonic Memorial, dedicated by the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania in 1993 honoring the lives of, once again, Union Army Captain Henry H. Bingham and wounded Confederate Brigadier General Lewis Addison Armstead. Both men were Freemasons, as well as it kind of also honors General Winfield Scott Hancock, who was a Freemason as well. Also, I would have to give a shout out to, even though it's Canadian, the Grand Lodge, the Windsor Masonic War Memorial here in Windsor, Ontario, which is one of the only war memorials on I think it might be the only war memorial located on a national park. It was dedicated to the Masonic War dead of both World War I and World War II. It's actually, you can see, it's listed on the City of Windsor website. I'll leave a link to it here as well. When you talk about famous Masonic soldiers, there's a bunch that you can talk about. I would say John Paul Jones might be one of the most famous. Let me just pull up his information. He was the father of the Navy in the father of the American Navy, basically. Again, this is coming from Wikipedia. John Paul Jones was a Scottish-born naval officer who served in the Continental Navy during the American Revolutionary War, often referred to as the father of the American Navy, regarded by several commentators as one of the greatest naval commanders in the military history of the United States. As a Freemason, he made many friends among U.S. political elites, including John Hancock, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin. Jones sailed from the Delaware River on February 1776 aboard the Alfred on the Continental Navy's maiden cruise. It was aboard this vessel that Jones took the honor of hoisting the first U.S. ensign, the Continental Union flag, over a naval vessel. The fleet had been expected to cruise along the coast, but was ordered instead by Commodore Essex Hopkins to sail for the Bahamas, where Nassau was raided for military supplies. The fleet had an unsuccessful encounter with the British packet ship on their return voyage. Jones was then assigned command of the U.S. Providence. Congress had recently ordered the construction of 13 frigates for the American Navy, one of which was to be commanded by Jones. In exchange for this prestigious command, Jones accepted his commission aboard the smaller Providence. Over the summer of 1776, as commander of the Providence, Jones performed various services for the Continental Navy and Congress. These services included the transport of troops, the movement of supplies, and the escort of convoys. During this time, Jones was able to assist a brig from Hispaniola. Jones' next command came as a result of Commodore Hopkins' orders to liberate hundreds of American prisoners forced to labor in coal mines in Nova Scotia, and also to raid British shipping on November... No worries, buddy Cole. Thank you for being here. On November 1st, 1776, Jones set sail for command of the Alfred to carry out the mission. And, other famous military commanders were Masons. George Washington, wartime presidents who were Masons, FDR, as well as Harry Truman. Douglas MacArthur, a prominent figure in World War II. Actually, this is a really good one here. Masonic military leaders, a legacy of honor. This is from Scottish Rite. Which I shared on social media, by the way. I shared it on my Twitters, but nonetheless, Masonic military leaders, a legacy of honor. Meet several notable military Freemasons and discover how their Masonic values shape their service and leadership. The U.S. military embodies the ultimate form of public service through the defense of our country and its values. As Freemasons, we strive to be of service to our community and nation, particularly in the Scottish Rite, where devotion to country is one of 6 core values. That's really more in the southern, I think, but it's in the northern as well. From the indomitable spirit of Brother Winston Churchill, whose leadership was pivotal during the darkest hours of World War II, to the strategic genius of Brother Douglas MacArthur's 32nd degree in the Pacific Theater, and the heroic valor of Brother Sammy Lee Davis' 33 degrees, these Masons exemplified courage, integrity, and a deep commitment to the values of brotherhood and moral uprightness. Join us as we explore how their Masonic virtues influenced their leadership and how their contributions contributed to inspire generations. Brother Sammy Lee Davis, 33rd degree. Brother Sammy Lee Davis, 33rd degree, is known for his courageous acts during the Vietnam War, when his unit fell under heavy attack by Vietnam. Brother Davis was wounded during the fight, sustaining a broken back, which he ignored, so he could cross the river and rescue 3 wounded American soldiers. For his heroism, he earned a Medal of Honor from President Lyndon B. Johnson. The Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite Northern Masonic Jurisdiction also conferred the Daniel T. Tompkins Medal on illustrious Brother Davis for outstanding and exemplary service to his country and the Masonic fraternity at large. Not only that, but the Scottish Rite also named its 2nd ever Veterans Recognition in his honor, the Sammy Lee Davis Peace and Freedom Service Recognition. Brother Enoch Odell Woody Woodhouse II, 32 degrees. Brother Enoch Woodhouse, 32nd degrees, is the embodiment of the devotion to country. As soon as the United States was attacked at Pearl Harbor, he enlisted to defend our nation despite growing up in a racially divided time. Of his decision to defend America, he said, "You fought for your country in the hopes that a better America would emerge on the other side." Sometimes that's how I feel about Freemasonry. Brother Woodhouse served in the U.S. Army Air Corps, the precursor to the U.S. Air Force, as a member of the now legendary Tuskegee Airmen, being a lieutenant in the all-black 99th Pursuit Squadron at just 19 years old. Brother Woodhouse is a recipient of the Daniel D. Tompkins Award for Distinguished Service and a member of the Valley of Boston. Brother John Archer Lejeune. Brother John Lejeune was an ardent Freemason with a decorated tenure in the armed forces. He served as commander of the U.S. Army 2nd Division, Major General Commandant of the Marine Corps, and fought in both the Spanish-American War and World War I. Known as the Marines' Marine, Brother Lejeune received dozens of awards and accolades, including the French Legion of Honor, a Distinguished Service Medal for both Army and Navy service, and a World War I Victory Medal. He became a Mason while serving in Koblenz, Germany, and joined the Scottish Rite and Shriners International in Washington, D.C. After returning from overseas, recognized as an extraordinary Mason, the fellow Freemasons of Quantico, Virginia, formed Lejeune Lodge No. 350 in 1925 in his honor. Brother Douglas MacArthur, 32nd degrees. Brother Douglas MacArthur, 32nd degrees, was one of the only men to achieve a 5-star rank and was General of the U.S. Army, which is fitting for a man who spent his entire life in a military family. Early in his career, he served as Superintendent of the U.S. Military Academy. Later, his service included the Supreme Command of Allied Forces in the Southwest Pacific area during World War II and post-war Japan during the Allied occupation. For his contributions, he was nominated for the Medal of Honor 3 times. Brother MacArthur was made a Mason at sight by the Grand Master of the Philippines and later became a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. Brother James Jimmy Doolittle, 33rd degree. Brother Jamie Doolittle, 33rd degree, was a pioneer in aeronautics, earning himself a reputation as one of the greatest pilots to ever live. He earned a doctorate in aeronautical engineering, the first ever issued in the United States, and served our nation in active duty for 50 years. During World War II, he led a courageous raid over Japanese mainland in 1942. This mission has been depicted numerous times in films, including the well-known movie Pearl Harbor. Brother Doolittle became a Master Mason on August 16, 1918 in Lake Charles, Lodge number 16 in Louisiana. He remained in the fraternity throughout his life, later became a Shriner and joined the Scottish Rite, ultimately coronated a 33rd degree. Brother Leonard Bud Lomel, 32nd degree. A 24-year-old sergeant in the 2nd Ranger Battalion, Brother Leonard G. Bud Lomel's courage during D-Day was pivotal to the entire war effort in Europe. In the first hours of that fateful date in Normandy, France, Brother Lomel nearly single-handedly disabled 5 155mm German guns that threatened thousands of troops landed on the beach. Following the war, Brother Lomel became a Master Mason of Herein Lodge number 179 in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, and later joined the Scottish Rite. He was a member of the Valley of Central Jersey. In 2013, the Scottish Rite posthumously awarded Lomel the Daniel D. Tompkins Award for Distinguished Service. Brother Winston Churchill. Sir Winston Churchill descended from a line of Masons and became one himself in 1901 when King Edward VII was serving as Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England. Brother Churchill's military career spanned decades, from his time as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Hussars Cavalry Regiment through his tenure as the First Lord of the Admiral. He resigned from his later post at the onset of World War I to serve the army. Of course, Brother Churchill is best known for his steadfast leadership of England during the Second World War as Great Britain's Prime Minister. His aggressive approach against the Nazis and ability to inspire Britain's people with moving speeches were instrumental in steering the Allies to victory. So there you go. I'm going to make sure to share this link from the Scottish Rite of Northern Jurisdiction, a list of Masonic and Scottish Rite, but also just Masonic military leaders and military heroes. Well worth studying this Memorial Day Monday. Once again, the list was I'm not going to go through their accomplishments this time, but just give a list. Brother Samuel Lee Davis, 33rd degree. Brother Enoch Odell Woody Woodhouse, 32nd degree. Brother John Archer Lejeune. Brother Douglas MacArthur, 32nd degree. James Jimmy Doolittle, 33rd degree. Leonard Bud Lomel, 32nd degree. And Winston Churchill are the ones listed here. You could also add John Paul Jones. You could also add George Washington, for his military service. So there's a lot you could add. I'm just going to turn on CPAC to see if I can find the... Oh, looks like this is... Let's see if I can find the actual throne speech. It should be today, right? What is the time that this is taking place? King drops puck at street hockey demonstration.
To ask about the farmers market, and then our products. So like how many taps we have. So we have about 5,000 taps. And
You get to taste anything?
well,
You weren't sure.
Camilla asked about she was looking at our maple candies, and I actually offered her one, and she graciously accepted. I was really surprised with that.
And I was curious because you had the wine glasses set up for the maple wine, and it was all ready for a tasting. It doesn't look like it was that time of day.
No, so they actually came around the other side. We thought that they were going to be coming around here, so we set up this beautiful display for them. But you know what? It all worked out. They got some maple candies, and then Prime Minister Carney was following them behind as well, and he held up our maple syrup to the crowd, and I could hear some cheering. It all happened at the same time, but it was exhilarating. So Mr. Carney was saying, "I'm promoting your product." So
I was gonna say a very brief moment for you and for the family Sugar Shack, but meaningful. What was it?
Sugar Shack. That's a
I think very
statement.
meaningful, and the fact that we were asked
Killer Clown. Hello.
market,
Killer Clown. I like your name as somebody who loves scary movies, including those with killer clowns. I hope that you are doing well.
and
I hope you'll be so kind as hit that like and subscribe button. But let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you want to talk about. We are talking about Freemasonry. I talk about Freemasonry on this stream Monday through Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern. I was watching the throne speech, or the king being in Canada more particularly. He's going to a tree planting ceremony at Rideau Hall. Okay, I was trying to remember.
Your maple syrup. Thanks so much. Nice
Well,
to
it's
meet
good
you.
to have you back once again. If you already hit the like and subscribe button, that's awesome. I do hope then that you will just stick around and let me know how you're doing. Anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry or anything else. You want to talk about the King of England and King of Canada visiting Canada? Let me know. Oh, that's a beautiful sight. Seeing the river behind the canal makes me think of my my time living in Ottawa, which is an absolutely beautiful city.
Here in this country. And Carolyn, I just, in terms of what we're about to see at Rideau Hall.
Okay, well, Hillbilly,
I've done this a lot.
well, Gay Hillbilly, I appreciate the fact that you switched it to Killer Clown. Again, as a
Yes, and for
scary
him,
movie fan, killer clowns are close to my heart.
for him because of his interest in the environment.
They're close to, all of our hearts, I
The
think.
natural world. So tree plantings at Rideau Hall go back to the time of Queen Victoria's son, the Duke of Connaught.
Tree planting, I know Rideau Hall. It's another incredible place.
And so there have been many
Ottawa in
travels
general is such a beautiful city. I kind of loved seeing it getting all this love and attention.
See a blue beech
By the
tree
way, Killer
planted,
Clown / Gay Hillbilly /
And so the
um,
Blue Beach, as I understand it, I mean, it
well, that is as it should be. Good Canadian drinking coffee at Tim Hortons. I hope you won't, if you did not know, I also have a current promotion happening on my Patreon, where if you join the Patreon, you get 10% off the different membership tier levels. Let me see if I can't find it. The link is 23D69. No worries. You should go to, you should definitely go to work, but I appreciate that you're here during the day for a few minutes. I appreciate you get to hang out with us. I appreciate you joining. So nights are going to be more. Nights are definitely going to be your busy time to work at a bar. So no worries at all with that. I just appreciate you being here, even for a few moments.
public life. There were jokes that were made about the Prince of Wales talking to his plants. And now there's been some studies done that having a sort of calm, nice environment in the garden, can help the flowers grow and provide.
Let me know
a
if,
very
as a
appealing
Tim Hortons, as a
environment for
Canadian,
those
if you
who
are
there.
interested at
So
all in the
as we
King
introduce
visiting
organic
Canada,
farming, some of the
the
practices
throne
that
speech,
seem
all that good jazz.
eccentric early in Prince Charles's career in public life are now seen as rather prescient in 2025.
Okay, it's good advice for all of us. There's more still to come, obviously, with the King and Queen now on to their next events on this historic day in Ottawa. From Lansdowne Park, the Royal
Lansdowne Park. I love Lansdowne Park. That's really close to where I live.
When they arrive, they will meet with lieutenant governors and territorial commissioners, and the King and Queen will take part in a tree planting ceremony. His Majesty will then hold audiences with the Governor
CM.
and Prime Minister.
I do not. I do not have a wife. I can barely get a lady to make it through dinner with me successfully, let alone marry one. But maybe one day, who knows. Having said that, though, since I don't have a wife and now you've made me sad, maybe you can hit the like and subscribe buttons to make me feel better. I would truly appreciate that. And thank you so much for being here. I don't know if you're new to the stream or not. I don't remember you from before. Maybe you have. I'm trying to think if I recognize your name. Thank you so much, CM. I appreciate it. I was trying to think if I recognized your username. It does seem, I feel like I'd recognize a name like that, a longer one, but nonetheless, Lord, I farted too, Lord, so it's not just you. Well, you know, I can't help you there, Lord. Thankfully, we can't smell through the internet. Although I do hope, Lord, you will be so kind as to hit the like and subscribe button. If you've not done so in the past, let me know how you're doing. And if there's anything you want to chat about. Interesting, the tide is turning on the poll question. Should a Freemason go in the Jubilee Surrounded series? The no's are ahead of the yeses. If you can let me know why you might have picked
Now King
no or yes, whatever you picked,
now lives in Toronto. That's
I'd
who
very
joins us
much
today.
appreciate
Joe,
it.
how fantastic to look at those images of your dive.
I just wanted to know, what is your relationship with Lucifer? I don't have a relationship with Lucifer. So it's probably pretty terrible then. I mean, I believe when it comes to questions of religion and religious text and religious kind of, pick your term, symbolism, which I would consider, you know, Lucifer to be kind of a religious symbol. I believe in a supreme being, but I don't necessarily believe in any one particular religious denomination or belief system. As a Freemason, right, I have to believe in a supreme being, but it's not specific to any one particular faith. Star, I can't pronounce all that, so I'm just going to call you Star. Says hello, exclamation point. Hello to you as well. I hope you're doing well. I definitely think you're new to the channel. So I hope you will hit the like button and the subscribe button. And thank you for being here. If you are in Freemasonry, you have a relation to Lucifer, you just don't know it yet. How many dollars have you given to the lodge? So I suspect CM, I wouldn't mind if I just call you CM, that you are basing that idea of the relationship on probably Albert Pike, who is usually referenced, I forget the page number, 345 I think it was, his statements on Lucifer, and sometimes Manly P. Hall. Or Mackey, Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. I can go into those 2 points, those two individuals in a moment. In terms of how many dollars have you given to the lodge, I mean, so I'm a member of 5 lodges, 3 of which are here in Windsor, and then 1 is in Texas, and 1 is in Israel. And so each one has its own set of dues, but generally my dues per year are between 100 and 200 US dollars. So when I joined, I was a member of 1 lodge. I paid basically $100 Canadian per year, which would be about 70 US, something to that effect. At the time, the dollar and the US dollar were actually closer to parity. So thank you, Star. I appreciate that very much. So in terms of your statement, if you are in Freemasonry relationship with Lucifer, again, I believe that comes from, let me know if you're getting that, where you're getting that idea from before I respond to it. I'm assuming you're getting it again from either Albert Pike or from Mackey and the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, is my assumption. But, you know, I can say, again, at no point in, so I've probably attended, I was doing the math in my head a couple days ago on stream. Thank you, Star, I appreciate it. I probably have attended over 2,000 Masonic events or meetings, probably on average of 2 per week, and I've been a Mason for about 20 years. And during all of those times, and not only in my own jurisdiction, but in jurisdictions around the world, specifically in the United States, different jurisdictions, right? I've never heard Lucifer mentioned in any obligations, in any statements, at any point. I've heard other people who are not Masons tell me Lucifer is mentioned, but I've never seen it myself. I do not, because at no point has Freemasonry, I mean, you know, Freemasonry welcomes, I know gay Freemasons, but at no point has Freemasonry ever encouraged me to, I don't even know what that would mean, has encouraged me to be homosexual. Like, I'm not sure what that would mean. At no point has Freemasonry ever encouraged me to be homosexual or even discussed or talked about homosexuality in any way, really positive or negative. You know, lately there has been some efforts in jurisdictions to try to be more inclusive to people who are, you know, in that community. For example, I did an interview with somebody who was a Freemason who marched in the London Pride Parade. But, you know, I guess I don't understand what that would mean. Like I said, again, of the 2,000 and some odd Masonic meetings, events I've attended, at no point was the LGBT community encouraged or, you know, there are straight Masons, the vast majority of which are straight, I would say, and then there are gay Freemasons. Well, I don't have a wife because I'm socially awkward and ugly. I don't, you know, and not having you know, the vast majority of Freemasons that I, you know, sit and lodge with are married. One of the biggest challenges Freemasons face is how to kind of ensure that they are fulfilling their duties as a father and as a husband, as well as fulfilling Masonic duties. But you're going to face that in anything, right? If you're a football player, like I'm a professional wrestler, or training to be one anyways, and I've talked to a few professional wrestlers who say, well, referee, I should say, who say, like, one of the biggest challenges they have is being married and being on the road and trying to fulfill these commitments. Freemasonry is no different. How do you, you know, follow these things? But certainly, you know, I know many Masons who got married using their lodge building because it was cheaper. They had, you know, could get it for a discount. So if anything, Freemasonry in some ways encourages marriage, or it certainly encourages the ceremony of marriage. So, you know, they are, and it's not, it's, in some ways it's pro-reproduction, CM might also say, because oftentimes, you know, fathers will become a Mason and then their son becomes a Mason and then their grandson becomes a Mason. So you don't have to have family to be a Mason, but it kind of in some ways encourages familial connections or familial, you know, reproduction in that sense. So, you know, but me not having a wife has nothing to do with Freemasonry. In fact, most Masons I know who know me encourage me to try to find a lady. Physical appearance does not define a man. That is true. Yeah, I mean, I was just joking when I said I'm ugly. I don't think I'm that ugly. I'm a little bit ugly, but I'm all right looking. I'll tell you a funny story about me and ladies in a second. What is the percentage of members who are not married? Just give an estimate. Well, probably in 2025, it's probably the smallest it's ever been because at the two boom periods for Freemasonry, the 1920s, the 1950s, it was young men returning from the wars, joining en masse, that increased our numbers. And so they were returning from war. Oftentimes they were returning from war still not married. And they got married after they joined. But now they've all gotten older and we don't have as many young people joining. So I'm going to guess the percentage of members who are not married. Well, I can speak for my lodge because I know it quite well. My lodge is 10%. I would say about 10% are unmarried. The other 90% are. Like in Border City's lodge, of which I'm the master, I'm the one member who is not married. Every other member is married or is a widower, so has lost their wives. In the other lodges of which I'm a member, the number of unmarried men is a little bit higher, but not by much. So technology can be a huge drain. I agree with that 100%. It can also be a wonderful thing as well at the same time, right? That is without a doubt the double-edged sword that is Freemasonry. Or sorry, that is Freemasonry. That is technology. It both has positive and negative attributes. You kind of feel that way, but it just depends on how much you care about it, right? Like I found there were some masters who, even though they're the masters of the lodge, you almost never see them because they're busy with work and family commitments. And there are others who it's the opposite. It really does just depend, for better or worse, on the lodge, on the master, and what he is willing to sacrifice in terms of his time and time with his family. What are the average age of the members? Unfortunately, CM, as somebody myself who loves Freemasonry, the average age is older. I wish it was younger. We are doing better. We are getting more young members in. Again, I'm going to speak exclusively for my lodges because I'm there and I can, give a pretty good estimate. Where I'm the worshipful master, I would say the average age is actually quite old because it's a small lodge. It was dying for a little while. It is coming back, but because it was for a long time struggling, it wasn't really bringing in any new members. So when you don't bring in new members, the members you have get older and older. So I would say the average age where I'm the worshipful master is probably in its 60s to 70s, to be honest. I'm the youngest at 41 by far. The other two lodges, which are a little bit bigger, there's a lot more people in them. The average age is probably mid 40s is what I'm going to guess. Mid to late 40s. But again, we are working on it and we are trying to bring in more young members. One of my lodges in particular has done a really great job at bringing in young members recently, and I'm very happy about that. I'm hoping it drops the age. But I would honestly say if I had to guess, gun to the head, had to guess, is I would say mid 40s. That's part of it. I mean, but that's a really interesting point you bring up, CM, and that is without a question one of the biggest debates that currently exists within Freemasonry, which is the cost associated with being a Freemason and whether it is too high or too low. As I said, so for me, all of my Masonic dues are between $100 and $200 per year of all the lodges I'm a member of. Most people are a member of one lodge, so they are paying between $100 to $200 per year to join. But there's also a one-time initiation fee, which is usually about 500 Canadian to 750 Canadian, give or take. And that can be a big first-time expense. But there are some people, and as Rondo Ellsworth points out, ROI, who feel like, look, you look at how much golf clubs, like golf, not clubs like what you swing with, but the golf clubs, like the clubhouses, the yacht clubs, whatever, they can charge thousands and thousands of dollars per year in order to, be a member, but you get a lot out of it. I think Freemasonry honestly sells itself a little bit cheap. I think young men would be willing to pay more if they got a return on investment. I would say access to Freemasonry is rough right now for almost any citizen of any age, with inflation, with the cost of things going up. It's not easy, especially if you're younger and trying to start a family. I don't disagree, but I also think, on the other hand, 500, it is a lot of money for younger generations who are absolutely crumbling in debts, right? I hear you 100%. But on the other hand, you could argue $500 is like, what does a gym membership cost? Just out of curiosity. So a yearly gym membership in Windsor, Ontario ranges from $357 to $500 per year. So that's $357 to $500 per year. And keep in mind, for Freemasonry, the $500 is a one-time payment, and then after that, it's between $100 to $200 per year. So, is it a lot when you consider what a gym membership costs? I guess it's tough to say, right? And both provide different levels of value. They focus on different things. Yeah, it could be. I think so. But again, the issue too is, do you do things incrementally? Do you do things, because if you increase your dues from $100 to $110 per year, as an example, well, you're probably not going to see a lot of benefit from that increase. There are a lot of return on investment from that $10 increase, because what can you really do with 10 more dollars? And so that creates this thing where it's like you either have to increase them by a lot or not at all, and that creates these issues of benign neglect, which we talked about yesterday. Well, CM, I'm glad you asked that question, and thank you so much again, CM. I do really appreciate the fact that you're here and asking these questions. I hope I'm answering them well. So first of all, a lot of the benefits that I'm going to talk about here are not exclusive to Freemasonry. You can get them in many different places, but Freemasonry is, one such place. No different than you said 500 at the gym gives you health benefits. Well, you can also get health benefits by going for a run, by joining a running club, by joining a football team, right? By going to the pool. So it's not that there is one particular way to get these benefits. There are many ways, and it's whatever you enjoy, right? Some people, though, love Juice World. I'm going to block you, but I do hope you will hit the like and subscribe button when I do. But some people prefer going to the gym. Some people prefer running clubs. Some people prefer joining a touch football league for health benefits. There's not one right answer. But what are the benefits that Freemasonry gives us? Well, first of all, it actually does give health benefits, CM. I posted this on, if you are, let's say you suffer a stroke or a heart attack or some type of major medical issue and you end up in the hospital, you are 2.5 times more likely to either suffer secondary medical issues or to pass away if you have no visitors than if you have visitors. And as someone who has been on a sick and visitation committee and has made it a point, if somebody is sick or ill, to not only go visit them myself, but to organize Masonic visitations where we have many lodge members attend. I have seen firsthand the benefits of not being isolated, not being alone, going to visit brothers who are ill, not only for ourselves, but for the families who see that this person has friends. And so exactly, the social aspect can provide health benefits. Also, they say, you are welcome, CM. Thank you for being here. Also, they say, I'll just go into this, that, again, being isolated, being alone can be as damaging or more damaging to one's health than smoking, drinking, not having enough money, bad diet. I'm not saying you should, smoke if you have a lot of friends, but if the choice is between the two, you should have a lot of friends. Also, I know many Masons who would have been homeless were not for Freemasonry providing benevolence. I've known many widows and orphans who have received social benefits from Freemasons, as well as financial assistance, as well as scholarships. In a lot of ways, what I've always described Freemasonry as is a social safety net. And I've known, even talking to wives of people in hospitals, who've said, the one thing that kind of helped keep him going and made him want to get out of the hospital and get healthier is knowing that he had to go to a Masonic meeting, or he had a Masonic lodge to go to. It gives older men who may be alone a place to hang out with people, a place to feel welcomed, a place to feel like they belong. These are really, really special things. And they absolutely represent a vital part of the things that Freemasonry helps. Lord, I do not live in New York, but, one of my favorite songs is Mona Lisa's and Mad Hatter's, which is based on New York. I do not play GTA 5. I do play Dead Space, and I enjoy Dead Space quite a bit. Also, Assassin's Creed Part 3, which celebrates Freemasonry, actually. I played that several times, and I really enjoyed that game as well. It is nice to have a clubhouse to go to. I 100% agree with that, and I 100% agree that the world is run on clubhouse rules. Twelve votes. Interesting on this. Let's see. 6 and 6. If you said yes, let me know why. If you said no, let me know why. I'm going to turn back on in a second, maybe this live stream of the King's visit to Canada. Just trying to find the time. Oh, May 27th, the King will fulfill his royal duties in opening Parliament by reading the speech from the throne in the Senate. Okay, so it's tomorrow. Maybe actually what we can do is we can watch that together. Might be kind of fun to do. Oh, we got 13 votes. Yes is slightly in the lead. By the way, if you are just joining us, and thank you so much for being here, I truly appreciate it. Hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. I hope everybody watching this is doing well, having a great day. And let me know how you're doing and what it is that you guys want to chat about. Thank you to everybody who's joined so far. Well, you know, you can still be here for it. It's a long time ago, the Great Battle. Although I understand, you know, it's not really, doesn't really affect you the way it does us here in Canada. I was looking, Prince Charles's father was a Freemason, interestingly enough, but King Charles, I guess I should say, is not. I really hope maybe some Freemasons reached out or tried to reach out to King Charles and maybe invite him to the lodge. It would have been kind of fun since his dad was a Mason. Might have been kind of fun to see that connection between them come out. I was talking earlier today about Freemasons and Memorial Day, famous Masonic soldiers. The Scottish Rite Northern Masonic Jurisdiction actually posted a really, really cool list of some famous Masons who are also soldiers. Douglas MacArthur is one who was made a Mason on site in the Philippines, interestingly enough, as well as talking about the Gettysburg Friend-to-Friend War Memorial, which I thought was really cool also. So everybody will take a moment. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. Welcome to the stream. We are here chatting about Freemasonry. I was talking about famous Masonic soldiers in honor of Memorial Day. Now we're just chatting, asking questions. So any questions you have, please let me know, and I'll do my best to try to answer them when it comes to Freemasonry. I've been a Freemason for 20 years, so any thoughts you have on it, positive, negative, or neutral, I would love to hear them. We'll do this stream so long as there are people who kind of want to hang out and watch. You can answer our poll question. Do you think that Freemasons should participate, or a Freemason should participate in the Jubilee surrounded category? Or just surrounded program, I should say. There's been a lot. Recently one blew up with Jordan Peterson where he kind of didn't do a very good job. At least I thought he did a pretty terrible job repping his point. But, you know, I think hopefully if it was a situation where it's like one Freemason surrounded by 20 non-Masons, could be a lot of fun. 14 votes. Wow, 50-50. Whoever said yes and whoever said no, 7-7, let me know why you may have said yes, why you may have said no, what your thoughts are. I'd love to hear. And thank you. We've had 96 people join us so far, which is awesome to see. So I appreciate everybody who has joined so far. And thank you if you have joined us. Please take a moment, jump in the chat. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know what it is that you want to chat about. What is this series? So you can look it up on YouTube. It's from Jubilee. It's called Surrounded. So basically they'll have one person sitting inside of a circle, and the circle is made up of 20 people who disagree with the person in the middle. So it could be, I mean, I've seen so far like one Republican versus 20 Democrats, one Democrat surrounded by 20 Republicans, an atheist versus Christians, Christians versus atheists. Oh my God, I've seen LGBTQ activists versus conservatives. And basically, the person in the middle, whatever position they have, will make a statement. They'll say, so the YouTube series is surrounded, Jubilee is the channel, right? So they will say, like if it's a conservative, they'll say something like Donald Trump will be a great president, and then from the group, somebody will come forward and debate that point, right? So I think you could do one of those shows, but it's a Freemason in the middle, and they are surrounded by 20 anti-Masons who have negative views of Freemasonry, and then again, the Freemason makes his point. So the Freemason could say, like, Freemasonry is a source for good in the world, and then from the 20, they decide who responds to it, and, they have a debate back and forth, which is really kind of cool. It's a neat concept. I'm not a huge fan of it all the time, because sometimes the problem is when you're debating against like 20 people, it's really hard to make consistent points, because 20 people should get, if you have 20 people, they might only have a couple minutes to make their point before you have to go on to the next topic. They also have this thing where so one person from the 20, from the circle, comes up and debates the statement. But if the other people in the circle feel that they're doing a bad job, they can raise a red flag and vote them out and say, we want somebody else to replace you because we think you're doing a bad job. The problem with that is, again, sometimes somebody is not really, they're just getting started on their point, and then they get voted out. So the format is one of those formats where it's like, I kind of like it, but I also think there's some limitations. But as Rondo says, I do think it could honestly be a lot of fun. And if you have a Mason on there who is good under pressure, who knows how to debate, and who knows his stuff, I think it can be a lot of success. Freemason, the old guard is over. Time for new beginning. First of all, welcome Tazanon. I appreciate you being here. I hope if you've not done so, you will hit the like button and subscribe button. Tazanon, though, could you help me out a second? I'm not sure what you mean by your statement. Do you mean that the old guard in Freemasonry is over and it's time for new Freemasons to take leadership positions in lodge? Or do you think that when you say old guard, do you mean that Freemasonry is kind of an old guard in the world and it's time for there to be a new guard outside of Freemasonry? Because if you mean the former, I agree with you, and as a young Mason myself, I think we do need some new leadership. As if you mean the latter, though, unfortunately, in some ways, fortunately in other ways, Freemasonry has never really been an old guard, one way or the other. Freemasonry has influenced different political leaders over the years, but it's never really guarded, if that's a good term to use. I hope that makes sense. I agree, Rondo. I agree. It just depends. You just need to make sure the person you have is a good debater and will represent the craft well, which, again, there are a lot of Masonic lodges and bodies that are very gun-shy about social media and don't want to necessarily see us getting in that sphere, because it may, if the Mason says the wrong thing or explains things badly, it might go a negative way. But I think it's worth a shot. I think it's worth trying. It can't hurt. Tazanon, once again, if you're still there, let me know what you mean by the old guard is over. I'd love to know. Bernardo there's a lot there. I'm just going to go with Bernardo. Brazil. Are you from Brazil? Because if you are from Brazil, then I have heard there's some really fascinating things happening in Brazil with Freemasonry right now, including a very special event happening in July, which I'm hoping I can, or June, which I'm hoping I can maybe get to. Who knows? But thank you for being here. I hope you will hit the like and subscribe button. I'd love to have a subscriber from Brazil. CD, no worries. I appreciate you listening. And let me know what you think of the Surrounded series and if you think there's some value in a Mason doing it. I mean, I feel like I have to meet people's curiosity and fascination where that person is. I agree. Meet the person where they're at is very important. So Tazanon, so it sounds like to you, what you're saying is Mason. It's June, actually, the 90th anniversary of the Grand Lodge of South America Northern Division, which was chartered out of UGLE. I understand that's happening in Rio de Janeiro in June 14th, I think. I could be mistaken. But if you look on Instagram, again, it's called SAND, Grand Lodge of South American Northern Division. It says when it's taking place. Masons are involved in everything. So you are of the view, Tazanon, that, Masons are an old guard of the world. I wish we were involved in everything, Tazanon, but I promise you, at least based on all of my experience, I've been a Mason for 20 years. Approximately, I joined in 2007. We are not involved in everything. In fact, we are... there are Masons who are, involved in politics, but there's also Masons who are custodians and mechanics and kind of everywhere in between. In fact, one thing we're not allowed to do in Lodge is discuss politics or religion. So if we were involved in politics and kind of moving things in different directions, we wouldn't, it'd be very hard to do that if we're not allowed to discuss what we're doing in Lodge. We are, not involved. Now, again, as a Mason myself and someone who would be very interested in being involved in politics, who was involved in politics, I like to think that there are Masonic principles that would benefit the world if Masons were leadership positions, but that's an individual's decision. Yes, I know, right? I've never had any, benefits to being a Freemason in terms of getting out of like a parking ticket or anything like that. So where are these benefits? Who gets them? Who controls them? That's always kind of the question you run into when you start talking about this stuff. Thank you for being here, everybody. If you are just joining us, please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Let me know what you think of the Jubilee Surrounded series, if you think Freemasons should go on. With it, hit the like and subscribe button. And let me know how it's going. I'm disappointed my fellowship had pork instead of beef this weekend. Is that a thing about Memorial Day? Like, barbecue should have beef? We had a ton of food this weekend in Masonic Lodges over the 2 days. It was very good. We had beef as well, actually. We had a Filipino bringing in food, which was delicious. One of the things I love about the fact that Freemasonry is so popular amongst the Philippines is we have a lot of Filipino Masons who make delicious food, which is very special. Lord is being funny right now. Well, Lord, maybe you need to see a doctor because there seems to be a lot of farting happening at the moment. Well, that's okay, Lord, but perhaps you can hit the like and subscribe button. We got 17 votes, and interesting for this rounded series, it's yes, 59%, no, 41%. JFK said there is no place for secret societies, very well-informed speech to the people. Spirit of justice, that is true. Everybody gets on the chat, so all right. Um, well, I mean, I don't know that speech in particular, Tazanon, but I will say, Freemasonry, luckily, is not a secret society, right? I'm a Freemason. All right, let's just put this user in a timeout for a couple minutes. For example, if we were a secret society, I would not be able to admit to people that I'm a Freemason or talk about it so openly or have other people on the stream admit that they are Freemasons. Our buildings have signs stating that we are a Masonic Masonic building, right? We'll have the square compasses on our streams. I even, have my tattoo here. So we'd be a pretty crummy secret society if we were trying to be. Having said that, we are a society that has private elements to it. And there's a reason for that, right? The example I often give, Tazanon, and let me know if this makes sense or not. If you had something that was very important to you that you wanted to pass down to your family, a ring, could be a ring, could be a family recipe, whatever it might be, you're not going to pass it on to anybody. You're going to pass it on to somebody special, a family member, right? We in Freemasonry, we have rings, we have stuff like that, but that's stuff. What's really important, what really matters is our ritual. And like for me, I never knew my grandfather. He passed away before I was born, but because I went through the same rituals as he did in Freemasonry, I feel connected to him in a way that I wouldn't feel connected to him if I did not go through, if the rituals was out into the public. I mean, Tazanon, knowledge is for humanity, but for example, your social security number is not for humanity. Your address is not for everybody. Your family recipes are not for everybody. They're for your family. You need to recognize and understand that there are certain types of knowledge that are kept private for various reasons. Even you look at like Pepsi, Coke, right? They are not sharing their recipes with the public for different reasons. But at the end of the day, there are some types of knowledge that are maintain their privacy in order for different reasons. Sometimes it's for security reasons. Sometimes it's for proprietary or monetary reasons. And in the case of Masonry, it is to ensure that the bonds of friendship and brotherhood are maintained strongly, right? So there's different reasons to keep things private. Not all knowledge is meant for everybody. And Tazanon, I would disagree. I think it has a lot to do with that. Shug Knight, well, Shug, you should see the doctor if you're farting too much and it keeps smelling bad. EC Cypher, welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you joining very much. So the Jubilee series is a series in which you have one kind of person, he's or she is surrounded by 20 people, and the one person is on one side of an issue and the 20 people are on a different side of it. So for example, the one person may be a Republican and the 20 people surrounding that person are Democrats, or the one person may be an LGBTQ activist and the 20 people are Christian conservatives, or whatever it might be. The one person might be a doctor and the 20 people might be anti-vaccine people. And the person in the middle will make a statement, and then from the 20 surrounding them, they have to make pick somebody to respond to it. So for example, if I as a Freemason was participating in it, my thinking is it'd be me as a Freemason sitting in the middle, 20 anti-Masons surrounding me, and I would make a statement like, Freemasonry is a source for good in the world. And then maybe like somebody who is like Tazanon could jump up and he'd have to debate me and explain why he thinks it's not a source of good in the world. So that's the Jubilee series Surrounded. I think it'd be really fun to have Freemasons engaged in it against 20. Thank you, Igris. My eyes, I'm sure your eyes are wonderful too, but thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Please take a moment, Igris, and hit the like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. Yeah, I would say, Rondo, what you're saying is absolutely correct. Thank you so much. Suge Knight, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button, although it sounds like you are against the Jubilee thing. Tazanon, I would say, so my one response to this idea of the top, right? Because that is something I have heard frequently, the idea that Freemasons don't know what's happening at the top, is, you know, for me, if I'm joining an organization or joining a group, I want to provide the most important, I want to say the most important information I can receive is going to be whatever comes at the start. Like if I'm trying to share information with somebody, I'm not sharing the most important information at the end. I'm sending the most important information right at the top. Like if I'm a doctor and I'm telling my patient something, I'm not waiting till the end to tell him the most important stuff. I'm starting with the most important information. And so, you know, for me, this idea of, you know, it's the top, it's like, I would think the most valuable information in Freemasonry is what you receive in your first 3 degrees. You know, that's the thing that is going to be the most exemplary of Freemasonry, right? Not the top, but rather what you get at the start. Like if there's a fire and I'm a fireman and I'm coming into the scene, the first thing I'm yelling is fire. I'm not yelling, you know, what my name is. But having said that, I am an 18th degree Scottish Rite. I never went up to 33rd. I know many 33rd degrees. I like them all. But yeah, I've never made it to the 33rd. But I don't pretend to know everything either. There's lots I don't know. But there's lots based on my experiences that I do. Profane love, high ranking, high low level. Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. It's all kind of, you don't want to think about high and low rankings in Freemasonry. I just think what comes first, what comes later. What comes first is what matters the most. And what comes first is the first 3 degrees. That's where the most valuable information exists. Tazanon, well, I appreciate that, Tazanon. I mean, I guess what I've often said on this stream is, you know, I can't convince people that Freemasonry is good if you don't believe it's good, but hopefully I can convince you that I'm good. And if I can convince you that I'm good, maybe I can convince you that, you know, to take another look at Freemasonry. That doesn't mean you have to, but hopefully I can at least convince you that my heart's in the right place. Just as Tazanon, I'm sure that your heart is in the right place. And I thank you very much for your questions. 18th degree, how does one begin that journey? So 18th degree references, for me anyways, it references the Scottish Rite, which is an appendant body in Ontario. So after you get your first 3 degrees, you can then make a choice. This I'm speaking specifically for the Ontario branch, but there's also other branches in the States, which is similar. You get your first 3 degrees, you can then make a choice. You can either, you know, remain focused on your craft lodge, it's called, and your first 3 degrees, and becoming a master mason, things like that, or becoming the best master mason you can become, or you can join either the York Rite or the Scottish Rite, and then basically you learn more information and knowledge about Freemasonry through those rites. You're taught more about the history of it. It's just a chance to grow more within the craft. But ultimately, what they are specializations. So the example I've often given, so cipher, and let me know if this makes sense, is if you imagine, like I graduated law school. Me and all my friends, once we graduated law school, we're lawyers. And we're all equal lawyers. So that's equivalent to getting your third degree. And then some people decided to to go into real estate law, and they had to take special extra courses and get extra documentations and, join special real estate lawyer groups. Other people decided to become criminal lawyers. Other people became corporate lawyers. And they all had to get these specialized certifications. But no one would say the real estate lawyer is more of a lawyer than the criminal lawyer, than the family lawyer, or than the person who graduated law school is a lawyer but doesn't practice at all. They're all lawyers. It's just different specializations. Blue Lodge, Afrith. Blue Lodge, they also sometimes call it Craft Lodge. It's the first 3 degrees in Masonry, from entered apprentice to master mason. And then when you become the worshipful master of a lodge and past master, that is all within your Craft Lodge. So when I say I'm going to my Blue Lodge or Craft Lodge, it means I'm going to, let's say, Border Cities Lodge. When I'm going to, Scottish Rite, I'll say I'm going to my Scottish Rite Lodge or Scottish Rite body. Most of the Freemason members, that is true. I agree with that at Freeth. That is what they were doing. That is what the vast majority were doing. At the top, just like government, so there's lots. Freemasonry has a lot of different bodies. There's kind of the big 3: Scottish Rite, York Rite, and Shrine. So they are delineated, but you can join both. There are plenty of people who are Scottish Rite and York Rite and Shrine. Then you have, in some countries, Memphis. I always forget how to write some Memphis. You have the Allied Masonic degrees. Freemasonry is jurisdictional, and it's not the same everywhere. Even the idea of the appendant bodies, right? So when I say I'm 18th degree Scottish Rite, a lot of people find that odd because they may come from a jurisdiction where you get all of your degrees in the Scottish Rite, which goes from 4th degree to 32nd degree, all in one weekend. So you can't stop at any point. If you're going from your 4th, you go right to your 32nd. Whereas for me, in Ontario, we get our degrees over weekends. Over one weekend, we go from the 4th degree to the 13th or 14th degree. Then another weekend, we go from the 15th to the 18th degree. And then a few months later, we go up to 32nd. And we can, at any given point, we can pick where we want to stop. So it's very different. Freemasonry is not the same everywhere. Tazanon, I guess what I would say Tazanon is, the idea of at the top it's all compartmentalized. It's very hard for me to kind of confirm with that, just because, at a certain point when you're spending so much time in and around lodges, like as I said, about 2,000 Masonic events, over that, about 2,800 Masonic events since I joined, with Masons of up to the 33rd degrees and beyond. If there is anything nefarious happening, you're kind of going to find it out. You're at least going to learn something. The idea if they can keep it compartmentalized. And honestly, when you say if they can keep it from normies, they really haven't kept it from normies. Unfortunately, for better or worse, most of the secrets are nowadays online. Most of the secrets are, you can find them if you do a bit of research. I'd ask people not to do that, but, people will choose to do that if they want. So they really haven't managed to keep it from normies, to be perfectly honest. In other words, like a pyramid at the top to bottom, you only know what they. I mean, so the question would be like, who are the theys, right, in this scenario? Because, Freemasonry is by its nature jurisdictional. There are Freemasons that exist, there are jurisdictions that exist in all these different provinces and territories, and they all have different leadership, right? So to whom would be kind of the they to which you're referring, right? Because in my experience, there really is no they. So Tazanon, it sounds like you may have fallen for some of, and forgive me for saying, for some of the, kind of some of the conspiracy and hoaxes around, for example, the Taxel hoax, as well as some of the German misinformation that was around in the 40s and the 30s. There are Jewish Freemasons. I know a few. I love them. But Freemasonry is not a specifically a particularly Jewish organization. There's Freemasonry exists in Israel, but it also exists in Morocco and Jordan and Muslim countries. It's always kind of funny to me, Tazanon, when people mention Illuminati, just because the Illuminati was actually founded as an anti-Masonic group. The founder of the Illuminati, and I always forget his name, so forgive me, I can look it up, started the Illuminati because he did not like Freemasonry. He thought he had joined Freemasonry. He found it too expensive, as well as not esoteric enough, and so he ended up founding a different group because he desired to make it more, make it cheaper and also more esoteric. So it's from Bavaria. I'm just looking up the guy's name again because I always forget it. It was Adam Weishaupt, Weishaupt. There we go. Thank you, the occultist. I appreciate that. Scottish and York Rite perplex me. It's just more Masonic bodies, right? It's just more things you can learn about Freemasonry. It's for people, really, especially the Scottish Rite, it's for people who had philosophical interest in Freemasonry. And philosophical interest, like wanted to learn about the philosophy behind Freemasonry. So the Illuminati, again, to my experiences, did not take over Freemasonry because I've not seen anything in any of the ritual or work that would indicate they are, taken over. Now, if you're saying it's because they haven't gone far enough or high enough yet, what I would say is I've often found when people argue that, oftentimes you're never high enough, right? So for example, I could say when I joined, it's like, well, you didn't get your third degree. Once you get your third degree, you'll know. I got my third degree. I was told, well, you're not yet a worshipful master. Once you're a worshipful master, you'll know. I became a worshipful master, didn't see anything nefarious. I was told, well, once you become, Scottish Rite, you'll know. I became Scottish Rite. I got my 18th degree, and I was told, like, once you get your 32nd degree, then you'll know, right? It's like, it feels like there's always another top. There's always another place to go that, like, you never reach it, right? And that, to me, it's kind of the shifting goalposts does concern me sometimes about this stuff because it feels like you're never at the top level. Like even the 33rd degrees I know and I'm friends with, I'm told that they're not at the top. So it's like, sometimes it feels like there's shifting goalposts in how we define the top, right? Like the top is whoever is, being nefarious. And if you never see any nefarious actions, it's because you've never reached the top. So I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that, idea. If you gave me a specific, what is the top, then maybe I could try to get there and let you know. But as it is now, again, I've never been a big fan of this idea of the top of Freemasonry. It's kind of like saying the top of the country, right? It's like, is it the Prime Minister? Is it the Governor General here in Canada? Is it, in Canada, again, is it Parliament? In the States, is it Congress? Maybe what it is a lot of different people with different spheres of influence, sometimes working together and sometimes competing with each other, with the goal of trying to make the world, in some cases a better place, in some cases something that better suits them. For me, I think Freemasonry is trying to make the world a better place, right? I've said before, the basic principle of Freemasonry is that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. And welcome everybody who's joining us. I hope that you will take a moment to please hit the like button, please hit the subscribe button, answer our poll question, let us know how you're doing, and if there's anything that you want to talk about. I'm not sure if that's completely true, Tazanon. Even in the more, like the idea of everything can be hidden, I'm not sure that's the case, especially not in 2025 when we have the internet and we have all of these kind of, like, it's hard to, people kind of know. I think it's hard. I think conspiracies are a lot harder than people appreciate. Like, for example, the moon conspiracy. Like, I've heard people say, and I believe it, it would have been easier if they wanted to fake the moon landing. It would have been easier to actually fake the moon landing than to just do it. Like, doing it was the easier part, if that makes any sense. Do I think the government, well, we're getting kind of meta with this. Do I think the government tells me the truth all the time? I do not. But I think the government is oftentimes more honest than people give it credit for. The idea that the government is this massive deception machine, that I've never bought either. Well, so that is always going to be the Rondo. That is always kind of the counter argument, right? And George Carlin was right in some ways, absolutely. When you have different groups, but they have the same interests, then it makes sense that those interests would over time converge and that they would start to act in similar ways. And you don't need the conspiracies in order to see that take place. So I do agree with that idea, but I also think sometimes, the overarching the interests converging aren't necessarily negative interests. We need to keep that in mind as well. It can seem negative depending on who is, like if, Bill Gates says something, he's a billionaire, can seem menacing, but he might be correct as well at the same time. You don't know. But I've heard that before, and I do tend to agree with that. I think a lot of times what people view as conspiracies are actually interests converging amongst different groups, and whether those interests are helpful or harmful to mankind is a whole other can of tuna, and something that people need to think about as well. Just because the government says something doesn't mean it's true, but by the same token, just because the government says something, that doesn't mean it's false, right? If you automatically assume that everything that the government says is automatically, false, you're just as kind of bad as the person who believes everything the government says is true. You have to try to use some discernment. In my humble opinion. Please take a moment, if you are just joining us, and thank you for being here, to hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you guys want to talk about. We're doing this stream today to chat about Freemasonry. I was talking earlier about Masonic soldiers, famous Masonic soldiers like Douglas MacArthur, John Paul Jones, Winston Churchill, because it is Memorial Day in the States. And if you are just joining us, I hope that you are having an excellent Memorial Day. I also hope you will keep in mind my Patreon discounts. If you would like to become a Patreon member, you can become one at a 10% discount until June 1st, 2025. Thank you, Afrith. And you know what, Brother Tazanon, even though I think you and I disagree, I still do appreciate you being here. Well, no, I mean, again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that government is always telling the truth. I think the government oftentimes does not tell the truth, but I also think oftentimes the government does. I don't think you can say it's an exclusive 100% they always tell the truth or 100% they always lie. I also don't think every lie that a government tells is necessarily done for nefarious purposes. There may be reasons for national security, why government may need to deceive. The danger with that, of course, is if you allow that reason too often, then the government will start to say everything is national security and start to deceive you, without due cause. So you always have to try to find, again, life is about a balance, I don't believe that you can ever say anything is 100% one way or the other. Like one of my favorite movies, Tazanon, I don't know if you've seen it before, it's called Bug, B-U-G, it's from 2006. There's a gentleman in the movie who is suffering from some mental health issues, but he says at one point, he's staying in a motel, and he says to somebody, he says to a lady he's living with, he says, the sign outside says vacancy or no vacancy. It doesn't say possibility of vacancy. And so he says, what that means is something either is true or isn't true. There is no in between. And I think that can be a very dangerous way to think. And oftentimes I think that can lead to not so healthy outcomes. Do I believe in, do you mean the trails left by airplanes? I do not, just because I've flown in many airplanes. And if those airplanes were carrying any type of chemicals, I feel like I probably would have suffered some health effects from it by now, especially just being in the air so often where the chemtrails are. So, it would have been, I feel like I would have been at some point exposed to them. So no, I do not. I mean, if you're saying, do I believe that there's chemicals in the air that planes are kind of seeding onto the earth? I do not. If you're asking, do I believe that planes leave trails in the sky of exhaust? I do believe that. If you want to send me anything, the best way to do so is the link there is squareandcompass.ca/contact Tazanon. If you want to send me the links, you're more than welcome to through that email. if one wants to learn more about Masonry and Freemasonry, so I mean, I'll look at it. I can't promise you when I'll look at it because I'm, busy with this stuff, but I'll take a look. Freemasonry, I am on Instagram as well. Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap is a pretty decent book. And I like it a lot, and Chris Hodap is a great Mason. Okay, I mean, just send me the links, Tazanon. I'll see what I can do. Yes, my Instagram account is, I'll leave that in here as well. Square_and_compass_promotions. You can follow me on Instagram too. I'm also on Medium. I'm on a few other places. Feel free to send me the link, Tazanon. I'll take a look. So Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap. Absolutely. I would suggest you check that one out. That's a really great one. Some other options are Square and Compass Promotions. I've got a lot of stuff on Medium, which I think is a great source, but I'm going to give myself the shout out there. Let's see if I can't share that link as well. And then really just go to your local lodge. Talk to them and ask them questions, if you have one that you can get to. If you can't, Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap and my writings on Medium, which I'll share in the stream. I hope you'll check it out. Paul Foster case. Who was Paul Foster? That name sounds familiar. He's the tarot guy? Was he the tarot fellow? American occultist, Freemason, and writer. Okay, yeah, a lot of Masons are into the tarot cards. Not all of them, but I know a couple who are. There's some definite connections between the two, but I don't know a lot about tarot, so. Died in Mexico. Okay. I have to look more into his stuff. I'm not a huge fan of the kind of those who have the more mystical side. I tend to be more the Harry Houdini school, which is I'm not a fan of mysticism in general. But I'll look up some of his stuff and see what I can find. I have a local Masonic center in town, literally down the street. Don't be afraid to approach. If they're good Masons and they care about the craft, then they'll welcome you, at least to ask questions. No, obviously, if they're busy, like if they've got a degree happening or whatever's going on, they may be too busy to be able to talk to you then, but you should at least be able to exchange contact information. You could write them a letter, so you're not intruding on them, but you're sending them a letter, asking them for more information. I mean, if they're good Masons, then, they should welcome somebody asking questions, because it's really important that we talk to people who have questions. And honestly, at the start, a lot of people get really into, before they join, they want to learn about, whomever. They want to learn about Albert Pike or read Albert Pike or, Manly P. Hall. That stuff's not important. When you're first starting out in Freemasonry, certainly if you want to join Freemasonry, what matters is how well do you get along with the brothers in your lodge. That's the most important thing. All the rest is kind of, you learn as you go. Share your experiences. How was your first day in Freemasonry Lodge? It was, so my first day, as for everybody's first day, would be their initiation officially into Lodge. You may see the building beforehand, you may see the room beforehand, but the Lodge is not the physical structure, the Lodge is the people. I've always remembered the knocks, being outside of the Lodge and hearing the people knocking to open the Lodge. And Freemason, when you're opening a Lodge, there's a set of knocks, set of prescribed knocks that you have. And I remember hearing those and thinking to myself, I just remember the sound of it for some reason. It really kind of impacted me. So that is without a doubt something that kind of comes to mind. You know, it was special. Like everything, you know, I mean, if you're reluctant to approach lodge members, a good way to do it, again, is to, might be worth just writing a letter. That way, you know, you're not approaching them cold, you're writing a letter, they get it, they can respond to it in their own time, and it can really be a great way to start. You are an okay dude. I appreciate you calling me an okay dude. I do my best. I don't know if I'm always an okay dude, but I try for whatever it's worth. Um, that's how I did it, ECO. I wrote a letter first. I have a lot to learn. I mean, I will always have a lot to learn about how the world works, right? I'm never going to know it all. Eventually, I'm going to pass away, and I still won't know it all. That's the beautiful thing about life, is that you keep on learning. So I believe you have 25 years of research. You know, I guess what I'd say is I have my 20 years of experience in Freemasonry, which I hope means something. You know, and joining and having heard it and having traveled around North America primarily, but seeing lodges and Scottish Rite everywhere from Texas to Ontario to Florida to California. I hope that it has helped me kind of have at least a valuable perspective and valuable insights into it. Now, whether you think that my experiences aren't sufficient, which is certainly possible and certainly fair, but I guess what I'd say is, you know, it's hard-won knowledge. It's, you know, a lot of all night on buses, traveling from, you know, Paducah, Kentucky, where I took part in a third-degree barn raising, or watched a third-degree barn raising, traveling from there to, you know, Florida, sleepless nights, sleeping in airports just to travel to the next Masonic event. It's knowledge that's been pretty hard won, both in terms of, you know, to travel and sleepless nights and sacrificing certain things in my personal life or just my time in order to dedicate myself to these things. You know, it's all really special stuff. So sometimes the best kind of knowledge is the knowledge you get from firsthand experience. Though I'm not saying, by all means, I'm sure your research is very valuable. And I'm also sure it's cost you a lot in terms of sleepless nights and dedication. So you know, I have no doubt that that is the case. Yeah, that's a great way to do it. And that way, again, you're not going to feel like you're intruding if you write a letter, Afrith, because by writing that letter, you're giving them a chance to respond at their own time and, you know, with their own, you know, it's different because I know knocking on the door sometimes just cold can feel a little bit intimidating. So maybe that's a good solution. That's a good way to try to solve this problem. Or solve your, not your problem, but solve your nervousness. Yes, well, as was King George VI, who was famously I can't think of the word now, who was the lead character of the King's Speech. So, which I wonder if I can find that online and watch that. There are some similarities. I've seen tarot cards. Interestingly enough, once upon a time, I had my tarot read by a psychic, and she told me to watch out for a woman who'd want to take advantage of me. So, you know, that was but I did notice that the tarot cards did have some similarities to our tracing boards, which I thought was really cool. So it's something I'd like to study more of. I will say I did watch the movie Tarot, the horror movie, and I liked it a lot. So there's that. I've played it in the past, Ryan, but not well. I certainly don't play chess well. I'm not, the best at it, but it's a good thing to learn. I think people really should try to learn chess. I've heard it helps with growing your intelligence, making you smarter, making you be able to think strategically. There's probably a lot of value in learning these things. Well, and I respect your freedom as well to have your beliefs, Tazanon. So thank you for being here. And I do appreciate it. And I hope that you have a great day. And if you are from the States, then I hope that you very much enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. And if you're not from the States, wherever you're from, I hope you're having a great Monday. Welcome. If you are just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything that you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I would love to hear them. And Tazanon, I do hope you'll hit the like and subscribe buttons, and I'll be back tomorrow streaming again. I also have a lot of episodes, etc., etc. I also have a personal YouTube channel where I don't talk about Freemasonry at all. I talk about kind of other things I enjoy talking about, like scary movies. Well, I mean, the history of Freemasonry, it depends kind of where you want to start with it, but I usually tend to start with 1623 of the Regius manuscripts, and then 1717, the formation of the first Grand Lodge of England, I think is kind of where I like to start with it. I mean, Scottish Rite and York Rite, I don't know a ton about those histories. Scottish Rite famously started more in France. Even though it's called Scottish Rite, which is one of those kind of ironic things. But yeah, I do know a little bit about the history. I'm certainly not an expert. It might be kind of fun one day to do a stream on the history of Freemasonry. I could see that being a really enjoyable experience. And please, as always, if you are just joining us, take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know if there's anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral. I will be taking a short break in about 5 minutes because I really have to run to the washroom. Thank you, Tazanon. I truly appreciate that. And I appreciate your support. I always just say, it's become like a tick now. I just say, please like and subscribe so often. Probably say it too much, to be honest. But it's one of those things where it's kind of like a tick of mine that I'm always saying it. I have not a Freeth, but it's 1,000,000% on the list of places I want to visit very, very badly. Because I hear it is absolutely beautiful. One of the most kind of beautiful buildings, at least so I've been told, one of the most beautiful buildings in the world, and I believe it. Certainly for Mason, it's going to be one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. What would you say, Tazanon? I mean, you said you had to run, so don't let me keep you if you have to go. But you said you've done research for 25 years. Are there anything in particular that you enjoy researching? Because you brought up kind of chemtrails, you brought up Freemasonry. Do you enjoy, like, is there any particular topic that you really enjoy researching? Is most of your research focused on Freemasonry? Is it focused on chemtrails? Is it focused on, it sounded like you had some interesting thoughts on media. Is it focused on media? I'd love to kind of know what do you post your research on social media yourself, or just be curious to know. I am all over the place as it comes. Okay, was there a particular thing that got you, like a particular interest that got you started on your research? Like something you read or something you learned about that kind of got you thinking about things and got you started in your researches? Because to be researching for 25 years, it tells me that you're probably passionate about the things you research. 911 the TV show, or 911 the number? Like calling 911? Because there's also some 911 TV shows. There's also 911 the TV show back in the day. What was it called? I can't even think of the name of it now. I think it was called 911 Emergency. Oh, 9/11. Okay. You know, I remember, so I was, God, how old was I? I would have been like 19 when 9/11 took place. I remember I was sleeping, and then my mom woke me up and she said, New York is under attack. And I was like, that doesn't sound right to me. New York is under attack. And then it was on the news, and sure enough, I remember I was going, it was my first week at university at the time. So I remember going to university, and they had set up a bunch of, televisions. This was back in the old days, you had those big tube TVs and those carts. They'd set a bunch of televisions all around the university, and you would like just watching CNN and what was going on. So it's really, I think that was definitely for a lot of people formative in a lot of different ways. 56. Okay, so what? Because 9/11 was 2001, so 24 years ago. So you're about 15 years older than I am, which thank you for that. I appreciate that, because I am 41, and 41 makes me feel very old. So I appreciate having someone who's older than me on the stream. I do appreciate it very much. I've not met any royalty, but I'd love to one day, especially Masonic royalty. Though I think, yeah, so, you know. But welcome everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. If you are just joining us, I hope you will hit the like and subscribe button. We're here chatting about Freemasonry and anything else we want to talk about. I feel old, LOL. Well, I feel young, so thank you for helping me feel young. I appreciate it. But welcome. I hope everybody is doing well. Interesting. 22 votes on this question about Jubilee. 22 votes. The yeses are back in the lead at 68% to 32%. So that is really interesting to see. I did tag Jubilee in my suggestions, so. Well, and I thought 41 was old. 41 is nothing. Just going to give it a bit more time. I'm just going to see if I just invited a few more people, so we're going to see if anybody else jumps in the chat to say hello. I do have a lot more content coming out in the coming weeks. I have an episode coming out tomorrow, Wednesday. I'm going to be posting a short today. So yeah. Actually, I'm going to make this my next question. Just do another poll question. I like to try different things because I do think one thing Freemasonry can provide for people is meaningful struggle. So I found this quote and I liked it a lot, and I'm going to put this here. Oops, maybe not. There we go. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Apparently I can't use this thing anymore. X. Agree/disagree. A happy life is not a life without struggle. It's a life without meaningful struggle. I would pick agree, by the way. But what I'm going to do now is leave you guys in the hands of my very capable co-host, Mason the Moose. Please be nice to Mason the Moose. No talking about farting in the streams because I have to run to the washroom. I will be back in a moment though. Be good to Mason the Moose. I'll be back in a couple. Okay. Whew, I have to go like crazy. There we go. That one seems obvious to agree, but no one wants a meaningful struggle. Very true, E-Cipher, and that is one of the problems, I think. Maybe if more people want a meaningful struggle. How long does it take to obtain the degree of Master Mason? It really depends on the lodge and how it's doing and its experiences. And how many members it has. It took me 8 months. It took my dad 3 months. He did it really quick. But that was, a couple decades ago now. I've known people who it took years and people who it took months. But I would say the minimum is usually 3 months. But most, it's about 8 months to a year. But some can choose to spend several years before they get to the Master Mason. Well, I think the issue with the question, or at its core, it's kind of struggle is inevitable. So if you're struggling, but you feel like there's no meaning to the struggle, you feel like you're basically just a kind of a rat in a cage, if that makes sense, or a rat on like one of those spinning wheels that just is working really hard but not getting anywhere, then that struggle will probably burn you out. But if you feel like the struggle you're making is actually worth it and is making things better, then that type of struggle is something that maybe provides you with happiness. Because you're probably going to be in a state where, what did I just do here? I don't want to search emotes. Where, the struggle seems worth it. Certainly, I think one thing Freemasonry does provide is it does provide meaningful struggle. Where, yes, it's hard. You have to memorize things. You have to show up for things. You have to dedicate yourself to time and effort and work and all the rest of it. But there's a value to it at the end. You just kind of have to kind of care about these things, you know, which is really, really tough. I don't want to pretend like it's, you know, sometimes I wish my life was less challenging, put it that way. I got some people following me on socials, by the way, as I'm always trying to recommend to people. If you want to be on the Square and Compass podcast, it would be wonderful to have you. Or, you know, let me know if you want to talk information. Also, if you are on social media, I hope you'll follow me. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Twitter/X. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Medium. I'm on Instagram. And all of the above. So if you want to join, it'd be wonderful to have you. Just going to give it a bit of time. Just going to see if anybody else jumps on the stream. I will be posting, like I said, a lot of stuff tonight as well. About Freemasonry, particularly Freemasonry and Memorial Day, famous Masonic soldiers. I think that could be a really fun set of posts, and also reminds us of how incredible everybody is, all the soldiers, whether Masonic or not, who fought for our freedom. Thank you, Pahadi, I hope I pronounced that correctly. I like to think I'm pretty handsome, so I do appreciate that. I hope that you are doing well. Pad, I hope that you will hit the like button, and I hope that you will hit the subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. If you think I'm handsome, and if you think I'm handsome, you'll hit the like button and you'll hit the subscribe button, and you'll answer a poll question. But I hope that you are doing well. Let me also know where you're from. I'd love to know where you're watching our stream from, where you're chatting about Freemasonry. I am from Windsor, Ontario. Well, I was born and raised in Winnipeg, but I live in Windsor, Ontario. So, go Canada. Which is a great country. We actually have the king visiting right now, which is really cool. But as always, if you are just joining, I hope you will take a moment. I cannot speak Hindi. I know several brethren who are of who probably do speak Hindi, but I am not one of them. I am Canadian. But again, I love my Russian brothers in Freemasonry. They're having an event happening in June, which will be really cool as well. So, surfs up. Interesting. 4 votes. Agree, disagree. A happy life. We all four agree. That's really cool. That's awesome. India is, I have a lot of friends from India. It seems like a really, really cool place. I wish I knew more about India, although I do know that there are a lot of Masonic lodges in India. Nice to speak to you as well. Once again, Padai, I hope you will be so kind as to hit the like button and the subscribe button. And maybe stick around to watch some more of this stream, as well as maybe some of my other streams. I'm sure, you say you're from the Himalayas, so I'm sure it's absolutely beautiful there. I can imagine it's absolutely gorgeous. Oh, the king is meeting with the prime minister and the governor general. That's interesting. Francis Scarpelagia elected Speaker of the House of Commons. That's interesting. I'm from Kedarnath. I'm not sure where that is, but is it as beautiful as I would imagine it is? Again, the mountains, the Himalayas, I feel like it'd probably be incredibly gorgeous. So, but welcome to everybody who is joining us. If you are new to the stream and you're just joining for the first time, I hope you will hit the like button and the subscribe button. Let me know how it's going and if there is anything that you want to chat about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have, positive, negative, neutral. By the way, Pahadi, everybody watching this, I do have a Patreon. I'm offering a special discount for new members, 10% off. Did you vote for Trump? Asks Zurich. Zurich, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. I'm Canadian, so I cannot vote for Trump, even if I wanted to. Having said that, and I speak exclusively for myself, I'm not, speaking for anybody else's political opinions or any group's political opinions. I am not a fan of Trump, so I would not have voted for him if I had the option. But having said that, one thing about politics is, and I truly believe this, being Canadian, politics are temporary. Hopefully bonds of brotherhood and bonds of love should last longer. Should be forever, should be made out of stone, to use a Masonic symbol. So for that reason, I still love my American neighbors and I still love to travel to America. I think it's an amazing country, whomever might be in charge. They're all around, but Canada mostly. No, the oldest Masonic lodge would have been in Scotland. I mean, the oldest stonemasons you could argue could potentially be, what's the word I'm looking for? In ancient Egypt, the building of the pyramids. Or maybe even, but that's stonemasons. That's not the same as Freemasons. I do not. My children are my YouTube subscribers, so please hit the like and subscribe button. But I do not. Oh, we got a heart. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's funny. One thing, Zurich, you may not know this, but again, I do this stream to talk about Freemasonry. When it comes to Freemasonry, one thing that Freemasons are not allowed to discuss in lodge is politics or religion. So, I keep that in mind. I don't mind. I mean, we're not in lodge, so I can talk about that here. But we don't talk about politics in lodge. So we have Masons in my lodge who are supporters of Trump, who are not supporters of Trump, who are liberal, conservative, Democratic, um, Republican, conservative, liberal, New Democrat, Green, and everything in between. I rhymed there. So stonemasonry is the act of actually. So really, what it is stonemasonry or operative masonry, and Freemasonry or speculative masonry. Operative masonry is actually building things from stone. So what in ancient Egypt, when they built the pyramids, there would have been stonemasons employed, along with slaves, obviously. But the stonemasons would have organized the work and how to create the stones and how to put them together. You know, building things out of stone, stone columns, stone houses, stone walls, actual operative work. Speculative masons, such as myself, we're part of the fraternal social group, and we don't actually build anything. Rather, we, use the lessons of stonemasonry and apply them to ourselves to try to create better people. Thank you, Pahadi. I appreciate that very much. Once again, if you did really like me, you would hit that like and subscribe button. Well, yeah, because stonemasonry was our origin, right? Stonemasons came first, and how far back you want to take stonemasonry? You can take it back 3.5 million years ago, to when the first human ancestor bashed one rock against another rock to create something. Freemasonry, you can probably date it to 1623 to 1717 as its origins. I'm sorry that you were jumped. I'm sorry that, if you get jumped by anybody, that sucks. And I hear you. Getting jumped by anyone for any reason sucks. As someone who has been lucky enough to never have been jumped, I've been threatened a couple times, but never had it actually come to anything. That sucks. So I'm really sorry that happened to you. But you always want to be very careful that you never, paint a black sheet white or paint a white sheet black and kind of make assumptions about whole groups of people based on what sounds like really, really shitty circumstances. Having said that, I am, again, very sorry that you went through that. Good morning. It's not morning for me here, but it's good morning for you. And thank you for being here, D-Raj. It's nice to have you back. I'm sure it was with that reason. When you jump somebody, it's almost always like I can't think of any reason to jump somebody unless the person you're jumping is hurting someone else. You need to protect them. Something like that, maybe. Okay, but there really is no reason to jump somebody. And yeah, that just is a really shitty situation, Zurich. So I'm very sorry that happened to you. The goat. Hello, the goat. I hope you are doing well. I'm sure you are the goat, but all goats know to hit that like and subscribe button. And thank you for being here. We're here chatting about Freemasonry. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? I'd love to hear it. Marion. Yeah, took me a second to see it because you had the @ symbols. Marion the goat. Welcome, Marion. Thank you for being here. I hope you are doing well. And Lord is back once again. Oh, good Lord. So, Zurich, if you have any questions about Freemasonry, let me know. I'll do my best to answer. I can't make any promises, but I've been a Freemason since 2007. So about 20 years. So hopefully I can give you some answers. We got a lot of things happening in the chat right now, but it's all Lord. Is there a way for Freemason Lodge member to recognize with from afar without greeting each other? Well, there is There is a symbol of distress, but you'd have to be in distress for that. You can't just, I couldn't just be wheeling down the street and I give that to somebody, or I just do that and hope there's a mason around to see it. That would be bad form. It's only if I'm in some type of actual emergency. Beyond that, I mean, if you see that they're wearing like a jacket and you can see on the jacket it has a square and compass, that might mean that they're a Freemason. But again, you wouldn't know for sure because there are a lot of people who, um, buy those jackets because they like the symbol, and they find it. They just like to wear it, so that can happen sometimes. So you never want to assume for sure. Even if they have the grip or password, that doesn't necessarily mean they're a Mason. You have to do some due diligence, ask for dues cards, things like that. That always helps. Do you have any advice on how to sleep? I don't. I'm not a doctor, and I sometimes have trouble sleeping. Um, you know, um, So sorry I can't be of more help. I mean, I guess I'm kind of happy that you can't sleep in a sense because it means you're here and I appreciate you joining, but not be able to sleep does suck. So I wish you the best of luck in your efforts. I wish I could tell you that liking and subscribing will help you go to sleep. It will not, but still, it's nice to have you here. Also, what you can do is, you can also become a Patreon member. We're having a special discount offer right now, 23D69, and then you can join the Patreon. That will also not help you get to sleep, but I'll pretend like it will. Thank you, Marion. I truly appreciate it. Gareth, welcome, Gareth. I didn't know you were on the chat. It's wonderful to have you join once again. As I've been telling people, I'd love to go to Qatar. A friend of mine went to Qatar. He's a wrestler. He wrestled there. One of the things I'd love to mention is I do have right now on my Patreon a discount for anybody interested in joining. There's a 10% discount, and it's as little as $3 US per month. Thank you, Gareth, for just joining. I hope that you are doing well. And I'm happy you sleep easier after chatting with me. So long as I'm not putting people to sleep during the chat, if I put people to sleep after the chat, then that's okay. I'll take it. Good night to you as well, Afreet. I hope I helped answer your question. Mary, well then, for heaven's sake, stop watching my stuff and go to sleep. That is more important. Go to sleep. And I wish I could give you some advice to go to sleep. I mean, counting sheep, I don't know. That's the old classic, right? So maybe try that. But I wish you, and positive thoughts, that'll always work as well. You have too much energy. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your efforts, but you should at least try to get to sleep because you got school tomorrow. School is the most important thing. Welcome. If you are just joining us, I hope you're doing well. I hope you will please jump in the chat, say hello. I'm doing this live stream to talk about Freemasonry. I do these streams every Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We were talking about, amongst other things, Freemasonry and um, uh, Memorial Day. It says here you should everything. I'm not sure what that means, Tazanon. So I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I appreciate you staying here, but go to sleep. Oh, I get it. You should question. Okay, it took me a second because I was like, you should question mark everything. I was trying to figure out. Gareth is here, saving the day. Um, I mean, you should question, but the amount of questioning you do, I think you need to be careful with that, right? Because, um, I mean, if I'm watching the news and the weatherman says, there's a 60% chance of rain, I could question that. I could question his credentials. I could question why he, um, is there some type of big meteorological um, conspiracy that's encouraging rain? Or can I just maybe take my umbrella, right? If I'm on an airplane and somebody the pilot gets on the intercom and says, we're going to travel at 20,000 feet at this speed for this long, I probably don't need to question that. I can probably trust the captain knows what he's doing. And even if he doesn't, does it benefit me at all to question it? What could I do? So you have to kind of pick your spots and pick your moments. Questioning everything sounds good in theory, but it's a very difficult way to actually live one's life. Because, even, if you're taking an airplane, you kind of got to put your trust in the pilot. If you're taking a bus, you kind of got to trust the bus driver. If you're, um, you know, buying clothes, you got to rely on whoever made the clothes, that they know what they're doing. You kind of have to somewhat put your trust in third party authorities at some time. If I agree with Gareth there, if Freemasonry is attempting to make people into better people, well, I mean, sure. I mean, ESO Cipher. I mean, um, Nazism, right, was example of a group making people into worse people, I would say. People joined it and became worse as a consequence of joining it. So there are plenty of organizations that you join and you become a worse versions of oneself. I mean, the KKK would be another great example of that. Um, oh my gosh. I mean, any type of racist organization, I would say, would be an example of joining a group and that group making people worse. And hopefully, Freemasonry can be an antidote to that in some ways and can provide people with a group to join that is positive and presents positive opportunities, right? I think that's really, really critical. Welcome. If you're just joining us, thank you for being here. Please take a moment, if you're done so, you hit the like button and subscribe button. So I agree. You can't question everything. You just don't have the time, right? Like, how much time does one have in a day that they could possibly spend questioning everything? I think it does make a lot more sense to try instead and maybe not question everything, but you try to kind of figure stuff out as you go as best you can. And sometimes you question things, sometimes you don't. Just depends on the circumstances, right? You trust the several, and also I like what Gareth said there about the idea of trusting several experts. I think that that is really important as well because, I think if you have, 9 people saying one thing and one person, 9 experts saying one thing and one expert saying something else, you can probably, to at least some level, rely on the 90%. Because it's just a numbers game at some point. I have no idea what that means, Tazanon. But, I mean, if you are pooping fire, then please see the doctor. I am not a medical expert by any means, but I would think that maybe seeing the doctor is something you should look at doing. May I recommend that to you? Not even if you're pooping fire, but if it feels like you're pooping fire. If it feels like you're pooping fire, then for heaven's sakes, go to a doctor. All right, I'm going to give you that piece of advice that is free of charge. And certainly if you're pooping fire to such a degree that you have to save a mat or you're concerned that your mat will be destroyed, then for heaven's sakes, man, like, what are you eating? As someone who loves spicy food, like, I get it, but, it's a lot. And mats are often flammable. I mean, in the toilet. The toilet has water, so if you're pooping fire, then for heaven's sakes, get yourself to that toilet, where at least there's water, and at least maybe it can help you a little bit. Just as my suggestion. That is my suggestion for whatever it's worth. Find yourself water, or an outhouse maybe. But I hope everybody's doing well. Oh, 8 votes. Agree, disagree. A happy life is not a life without struggle. We got 100% likes, so I appreciate that. I agree with that quote myself as well. So, sounds like we're all on kind of the same page with that, which is really cool. And I do think Freemasonry can, for some people, provide a meaningful struggle. Not for everybody, obviously. Different people find their struggles meaningful or otherwise in different places. But I do think Freemasonry can hopefully provide some of that struggle. Can someone discover, I mean, sure, ECO cipher. I mean, I don't see why, well, I think you need to be, how do I put this in a way that makes sense? I mean, yes, I guess is my answer. So, it would kind of be equivalent to, can someone follow the tenets of Christianity and not necessarily be a Christian? I mean, sure, depending on, from what I understand, like if, I guess what I'd say is, to live like a Freemason would, in my understanding, is to live in a way which demonstrates a belief that the world can be made better through the practice of brotherly love, relief, and truth. And therefore, I mean, anybody can do that, right? And, the person who joins a football team, like a practice football, a flag football team, and cares about his teammates and shows up for practices and tries to be the best player that he can be and tries to, bring something beautiful into the world by doing a really good job, because when you do a good job, it's an act of beauty at anything. He is acting in his football team the way a true Freemason should act towards his lodge, if that makes sense. Now, he wouldn't be a Freemason. To be a Freemason, you need to join a lodge, but he would be somebody who is acting on Masonic principles. The tenets of Freemasonry, honestly, they're on the internet. They're written all over the place. We would never know, like, the modes of recognition or certain rituals until you join, hopefully. But the actual act of living, quote unquote, like a Freemason, I'd say anybody can do that. The one thing you need is to be part of a group, though, and to care about that group, because that is something that is kind of fundamental to Freemasonry, I would say. I hope that answered your question. Well, I mean, to your point, so there are some people who are driven just by the curiosity of it. So they want to join because they want to know for sure what the quote unquote secrets are, the modes of recognition, right? And they may join for that reason because they really, again, you can find it online, but you're never going to know for sure whether it's accurate or not. I would never say. The only way you can know whether the secrets you find online are accurate is to join. So some people join because they just want to find out what the secrets are. They tend not to make good Masons, but they join for that reason. Some join because they want to be part of a historical peer group. So it's not the peer group per se. It's the fact that maybe the peer group they're joining has been around for a couple hundred years or 300 years, or the building that they meet in has been around for 300 years. So they get the benefit of being part of historical, historical peer group. Some people may get out of it the fact that they had family members who were Freemasons and they want to carry on that tradition. But I mean, at its core, I've always said this, right? There is no, to my mind, and as someone who loves Freemasonry, right, there is no fundamental difference between, joining a Masonic lodge and joining a football team. You're both, at the end of the day, it's a team you're joining. It's just a matter of what interests you and what you find appealing. So if you are a guy who loves sports, and that's your favorite thing in the world, and that's what you want to dedicate yourself to, joining a football team makes sense. If you're somebody who maybe finds history fascinating, finds, loves history, loves the idea of things that are ancient and old, loves ritual, loves memorization, loves reading a lot, because Freemasonry, you got to read a lot of stuff, right? Maybe Freemasonry is a better fit for you, right? So there are certain unique characteristics to Freemasonry. Again, the history, the quote unquote, the secrets, the ritual, the family connections. There's a philosophical element to it that other organizations don't provide. But that is an individual thing. I've said this before. I love Freemasonry because I love the way it sounds. And what I mean by that is, I don't know, Cypher, if you have a favorite book, favorite song. For me, it's Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. With a close second would be Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo. And you can hear that song and I can hear that song. We can hear it at the exact same time in the exact same place, but have completely different reactions to it. Because for me, based on my personality, my history, what's happening in my life at that moment, I'm hearing this song one way, and you are hearing a completely different song. It's the same song, but it's different because it's filtered through your mind. And as a consequence of that, maybe you don't like this song, or maybe it's just okay to you. And Freemasonry is the same way. Two people can go through the exact same ritual, and one person falls in love with it and one person doesn't. And it's just a matter of their personalities. That makes sense. My thoughts are that being a lodge member, oh, it does for sure, right? It does for sure. Again, and that's true for being really almost any type of group member. But if your interests are, philosophical, historical, you love the process of learning, Freemasonry would be a good fit to facilitate those betterment goals. To facilitate your betterment goals, but even more importantly, to facilitate the group's betterment goals, or to make the world better. I can do that. Just give me 1 sec. I'm just choking here on these cookies I'm eating. Oof. So it's Simple Man by Leonard Skinner, or Simple Man by Shinedown is a great cover. And Blacktop Mojo, and Prodigal by Blacktop Mojo. And Blacktop Mojo needs way more respect than what they get, by the way. Way more respect. So check them out, then, subscribe to the YouTube channels, give them a like, give them a follow. Just like here, give us a like, give us a subscription, hit the like and subscribe button, all that good jazz. Answer our poll question. Let me know, ECO Cypher, if what I said made sense. I hope it did. Thank you so much, ESO Cypher. I always, like I said, because people come in and out of the stream, so I always try to, as much as I can, mention it. So if somebody is around for just a couple of minutes, I like to make sure I say it, just so they might hear it while they're in for a second or two. Because, we've been streaming between 5 and 10 people on this stream, so I want to make sure I catch people when I can. And as always, you can also support me on Patreon, and if you could do that as well, I would truly appreciate it, even at the free level. But I'm offering discounts right now for paid memberships. But it's great. We've had probably about 200 or so people join our stream so far, which has been wonderful to see. So thank you, everybody. Tomorrow I may do a couple different streams. Thank you, ECO Cypher. I appreciate that. Instagram.com/square_and_compass_promotions. I do enjoy my Instagram a lot. I try to, like I've always said, I think Freemasonry needs to be at as many different places as it can be. So it needs to be on Instagram, needs to be on Facebook, needs to be on the Twitter, needs to be finding all of these different spots because it's really, really valuable. So thank you so much for that. I truly appreciate it. Actually, Instagram has been going up quite a bit as of late, which I do appreciate to everybody who follows me on Instagram. Thank you. Everybody who follows me on any of these sites. Thank you so much. I truly, truly appreciate it. Let's give it another, let's say, well, I've been having a lot of fun on this stream, so stick around for a bit longer. We'll see who else joins. I may do a live stream later on, maybe from this channel or my personal channel, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. Just to try something once again. I like to try different things, try new things, see how it goes. But I guess we've had so far 96 people join the stream, which has been wonderful to see. But let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who else jumps on the stream to say hello. Well, we got 8 people watching. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you will jump in the chat, say hello. We are here chatting about Freemasonry. So any questions you have, any comments, any thoughts on Freemasonry, please let me know. Positive, negative, or neutral. Answer our poll question. Hit that like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. Yeah, Shinedown's Simple Man CD is wonderful. I also really love it. So I think I like the original more, but the but 188 people joined us so far, which has been wonderful. But the cover is really, really fun also. And I mean, I guess fun's not the right word. It's just beautiful. The cover is absolutely beautiful. We got 16 likes as well, which is wonderful. Thank you so much for that. And thank you everybody who has joined us thus far. We got 10 people voted on the poll, and looks like all 10 people said yes. Oh no, we have 1 no. 11 votes. 91% agree, 9% disagree. So it looks like 10 yes, 1 no. If you said, if you answered yes or you answered no, I would love to know kind of why you answered that poll the way you did. I personally think one thing Freemasonry does provide is meaningful struggle, which I love. So yeah, happy Memorial Day. I hope, Courtney, you are having an excellent Memorial Day. You're back to Courtney now. I hope you're having an excellent Memorial Day. I hope you're having a lot of fun. I hope you're spending it with friends and family, and that is true for everybody. If you're from the States, I actually earlier on in this stream, I did a discussion on famous Masonic soldiers, or famous soldiers who are also Freemasons, and Douglas MacArthur. I'm gonna leave do some poll questions, and thank you, Courtney, for always answering my poll questions. But I'm gonna do a poll question of, different topics on Masonic soldiers and some interesting pieces of history. John Paul Jones, even George Washington, you could argue, is both generals and commander of the Navy, respectively. Winston Churchill was a soldier before he was prime minister. Bucharest Red, welcome, and thank you for your service, Bucharest Red, and thank you for saying that. And I agree. I mean, America is, stone's throw from my place, and I love America. I've said it a million times. One of the reasons that Canada is the greatest country in the world is because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. And that includes, and the reason we have the greatest neighbors in the world, one of the reasons we have the greatest neighbors in the world is because those neighbors, had soldiers who were willing to go and fight and defend freedom around the world, both for, not just Americans, but really they fought on behalf of the world, as did, Britain, as did, Canada. Our Canadian soldiers are amazing as well. So maybe what we can say is, nothing but respect to all the soldiers that exist, that have fought for our freedoms, whether living or dead in the past or even in the present, and are still fighting for our freedoms. I hope everybody watching this, though, is doing well. Please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Also, one thing I don't mention enough that I should be mentioning to people more is, if you get the chance, I hope that you will share this stream on your socials, so other people can see it and find it and come join. Sharing is a big way that you can help and support our channels. But thank you, truly, everybody who has joined so far. We've had about 200 people. And Bucharest Red, let me know how you're doing. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment to let me know how you answered the poll question. And let me know how your day is going. I hope you're having a great Monday. By the way, there's a world's best 100 best cities list out right now, which I think is, I love it because a lot of cities on this list I've been to or been close to or had the chance to be a part of. Number 1 is London. Number 2 is New York. Good, raising, so 3rd degree, that's awesome. Those are really special, and I'm sure it was an absolute blast. It's interesting how many of these, I was just looking at this list of the world's best cities, 100 best cities. How many of them have some pretty significant Masonic connections, especially in North America? Number 1 is London, London of, UGLE fame. Best city in the world. New York. New York has a lot of really cool Masonic lodges. The Grand Lodge of New York is beautiful. Sydney has a pretty impressive Masonic building. San Francisco has the most gorgeous Grand Lodge building I think I maybe have ever seen. It's up there, that's for sure. Toronto, not so much, but Chicago has a really great Masonic history. Denver has the airport and the famous Masonic, yeah. I'm trying to look at all the what cities I've been to on this list. So I've been to London briefly, been to New York, been to San Francisco. That's cool. Let me know if check out the list and then let me know if your city has made it. But I hope everybody's doing well. We were talking about famous Masonic soldiers at the start of this stream in honor of Memorial Day, especially based on an article from the Scottish Rite Northern Masonic Jurisdiction. So that was really, really cool. I mean, there have been a ton of, we also talked about the friend to friend monument at Gettysburg in Pennsylvania, which was really fun to talk about as well. So it's been a great stream. Had about 200 people join. So thank you so much, everybody who has joined so far. I hope everybody's doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, jump in the chat, say hello, and let me know what you want to talk about. I'm gonna see if anyone else wants to join. Maybe I'll do this for another. It's been a fun stream, but it's been almost 4 hours. So maybe give this another 10, 15 minutes. We'll see if anyone else jumps in the chat and anything else they want to talk about before maybe we'll end this stream for today. And I'll be back tomorrow with another 1 p.m. stream. I may also be doing a live stream watching the King in Canada. So let's give it just a little bit more time and just see if anybody else jumps on. What I may do actually is end this stream, go to my other stream, my other channel, and do a live stream there. Not even talking about Freemasonry, just talking about whatever. I mean, I've been trying to do more streams also on Twitch to see how that goes. So we'll see what I can do there. Palazzo Giustani, Rome is a little plain on the outside, but inside is absolutely magnificent. I have no doubt. I mean, the history of ancient Rome must be incredible. I can only imagine what it must be like to live there. It's the sixth, by the way. Rome is according to the world's best cities ranking, Rome is number 6 in terms of best cities in the world. So I can, like, as someone who, I don't really follow it anymore, but I used to love ancient Rome, ancient Greece, studying all that type of stuff, taking the time to to get there and get a chance to see some of that stuff I'd really love it. So and again, there's some, I mean, there weren't any Freemasons in ancient Rome, but certainly there were stonemasons, and the work that they did, Roman engineering is revered for a reason. Ancient Roman engineers were some of the most incredible engineers in the world, both in the classical world, and I would say they even hold up today. I mean, the roads are still, usable in some places, so nothing but respect for Romans, for their creation of roads, for the aqueducts, for the Colosseum, et cetera, et cetera. I used to love ancient Roman history, especially the same time everybody loves, right? The late Republic, Julius Caesar, Cicero, Pompey. I think I'm seeing some, what I would describe as concerning parallels between that period of time and what we're seeing in the States in 2025, but I'll leave that alone, maybe. Thank you so much, Bucharest Red. I truly appreciate that. As always, sharing this stream is one of the best ways that people can help. So thank you. I appreciate it. I probably will be, maybe doing the stream for another, like I said, 10, 15 minutes. We'll just see if we get some more people jumping on. We're at that stage where it's basically anything people want to chat about. I was doing, Masonic soldiers. Bucharest Red, you mentioned you were a soldier, so you would count in that group. But there's been a lot. Douglas MacArthur, John Paul Jones. I mean, if you want to count George Washington, he was a general, right? Winston Churchill, Tuskegee Airmen were Freemasons, a few Medal of Valor winners. So I left the link for that somewhere way up in the chat, but I'll be posting some stuff about that on my social media pages once I'm done streaming. But thank you for that. I truly, truly appreciate it. Please take a moment, to everybody who's just joining us, hit the like button, answer our poll question. I do believe Freemasonry provides meaningful struggle, which is why I ask it. And let me know what it is that you want to talk about. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. I think, honestly, tomorrow what I may be doing is 2 streams. I may do a stream on my personal channel talking about the King's throne speech and reacting to the throne speech. So we'll see, but it should be a lot of fun. All right, I'm going to give this, like I said, a bit more time, but Bucharest Red, I truly do appreciate you being here. Actually, maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll change this poll question. Actually, Bucharest Red, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the Jubilee series called Surrounded, which is on YouTube? The Jubilee series called Surrounded. Oh, we got one vote and one yes. We got 17 likes. Thank you so much to everybody for hitting that like button. Thank you. I do my best. It's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun, and I really enjoy it. I'm actually having on my Patreon a discount offer right now for anybody who joins at a paid membership level. It's 10% off till June 1st. So if you're free, you can upgrade, get the 10% discount. Might be kind of fun to give it a shot. Oof, and on some of the, I ate a cookie and it's been driving me crazy ever since. And on some of the tiers, there's even a 7-day free period. So, but let me know, Bookers Red, have you ever seen the show or the YouTube videos regarding a Jubilee series called Surrounded? But welcome. If you are just joining us, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well. Cole Haley says no. Welcome, Cole. I'm not sure if you've been on this stream before. If not, please hit the like and subscribe button. So Surrounded is this series of videos on YouTube made by Jubilee, which is the channel name. And what it is they will take one person who's got a particular kind of opinion or point of view and put them in a circle surrounded, hence the name, by 20 people who disagree. So it could be you have one Democrat surrounded by 20 Republicans. You could have one Republican surrounded by 20 Democrats. You could have one doctor surrounded by 20 anti-vax people, one atheist surrounded by 20 Christians. And what the person in the middle does is he has to, or she has to make a statement. And then of the 20 people surrounding them, they pick amongst themselves who is going to respond to that. So, if you have like you have a doctor, the doctor might say vaccines save lives. And then of the 20 people surrounding them, they'll decide amongst themselves who's going to respond to that and why they disagree. The reason I bring it up for me is I think it might be really cool if Freemasons were to take part in that, and you're to have a Masonic surrounded where you have one Freemason in the middle surrounded by 20 anti-Masons. And then the Mason explains, makes his points as to why he loves Freemasonry. And the people who are anti-Masons all get the chance to kind of surround him and, fight back or argue against him. And the Mason gets the chance to respond. And the beautiful thing about that, I think, is because it's 20 people, they're not all going to dislike Freemasonry for the same reasons or have the same views. In all these surrounded videos, you get like in the anti-vax one I saw, you had a doctor who was pro-vaccine, as I am, by the way, just for the record. And he was making a claim, and some people were anti every vaccine, some people were anti just the COVID vaccine, some people were actually pro-vaccine but anti-mandate. And he had to kind of respond to all of that. And it was kind of a good, broad cross-section of the views. And in the same way, with this, I think you get a situation where you'd have anti-Masons, but they'd be different for the reasons, right? You would have some people of the 20 who would be maybe, they would be your conspiracy people who would, think Illuminati, and you'd get those people in there, but you'd also get people who maybe didn't like the fact that they view Freemasonry as a fraternal organization exclusively and don't know, about the orders for women. You might have people who are opposed to just the idea of a secret society in general and not specific to Freemasonry. You might have people who are part of other social groups. You might have Catholics who dislike it for faith reasons. So the point is, I think it would give us as Freemasons a chance to, or a Freemason a chance to respond, oh, for heaven's sakes, this thing keeps moving, a chance to respond to all different points of view and all the different types of critiques that Freemasons get online. So there's not really an end to it in that sense. It's just what happens is, the person in the middle will make, let's say, 5 or 6 statements. So, it'd be if let's say I'm the Mason and my dream comes true and they do this on Jubilee, I might say my first statement, Freemasonry improves the lives of its membership. And then the 20, surrounding me decide who's going to refute that and how and come to the table, and then they debate me. If the other people remaining feel as though the person who's representing the other side is doing a bad job, they can raise a red flag and vote him out. If there's 11 of the remaining people around the circle raise a red flag, it means they don't think the person's doing a good job, and then they'll pick somebody new in place. And basically it's 5 or 6 of these, and then there's no vote or anything to that extent to my knowledge. It's just after the last statement is made and the last kind of debate happens, it just ends. I don't know if they actually ever speak to them afterwards and ask them if anybody changed their minds or if any opinions were changed. I'd be curious about that. Actually, let me check. Because honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen like an actual ending. I think it always just ends with the last debate. But I think it would provide Freemasons with a really good opportunity. And it's so like, like for the most recent one, you had, so as of right now, the last one was Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists, and it got 1.3 million views on Jubilee. Now, Peterson's a big name. I don't know if we have any Freemasons that are at that same level of notoriety. So it might not get as many numbers, but it's still going to get something. And again, the beautiful thing about it is, I think honestly Jordan Peterson got his ass handed to him, which made me happy because I don't like Jordan Peterson much, but it's a whole other can of tuna. The other beautiful thing about it is it could be a situation where, like, by debating with the 20 that the Mason is surrounded with, he's debating with the audience, right? Because presumably there'll be anti-Masons in the audience who, like, watching on social media, who have some of the same critiques as does, the people surrounded. And so what you do is, you're making your case not just to the people in the room, but you're making your case to the people, you're making your case to the people who are watching as well. It looks like, well, there is an ending here.
History of Western civilization and the continued competition between science and religion.
To bridge this kind of understanding between fact and destiny is like an important.
It's got at the top right now. And also what they do is they fact check as they go. I'm going to a flight tomorrow at 6 a.m. Well, congratulations. I love flying. I hope you have a great flight. I hope you're going somewhere you want to go. A good way to ensure good luck is hitting the like and subscribe buttons if you're not done so already. So, and I guess what I'll do is I'll leave some celebratory, everybody want to leave some celebratory, I don't even know what those are called. Those things I'm hitting for a 6 a.m. flight. Although, I really like flying first thing in the morning. On a side note, I think that's the best time to fly. Oh yeah, so at the end of it, they do talk to the people who are engaged and involved with it, and ask them what their thoughts are and what their opinions are. Fundamentally, John is not Christian. In fact, he uses many atheistic principles to operate under bad faith by seeming to forget what basic words meant when he didn't want to answer a question. His definitions kind of shift a little bit depending on the moment, and I think he wasn't afraid to flex that definitional muscle. All I felt really good about our conversation. I thought that it highlighted some of the key issues in Jordan Peterson's theology. I hope he reflects on those issues and maybe deepens his perspective on them. Oh, geez, this camera's getting... I had to plug in the battery pack, and now as a consequence, the batteries... Or the... Alright. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I felt like it was starting to... There you go. All likes and subscribes are completely free. Don't tell YouTube that I'm doing such a thing. Don't ever let them know. I've got to get, if anybody knows a way, because I've got my, you know how the charging port on your phone is on the bottom of it. So what happens when I've been, streaming for a long time, I have to plug it in. But the problem when I have to plug it in is the wire means it doesn't rest level. So I have to have a whole, like, crazy setup on this thing to get my stuff to, like, rest properly. It's a very challenging life I lead, I tell you. If anybody has any solutions for, like, charging ports that lay flat, please let me know. I'm going to go over here for 1 second. Maybe if I go... Oh. Okay. Come on. Alright, I'm going to go like this for now. I think this is good. But let me ask you, Bookers, do you think that it would make sense for a Mason to go on this kind of program and do a surrounded debate? Killer Clown is back. It's been good. I've been doing this the whole time, so it's been fun. I may have to at this point because, like I said, this is very much a pain in the butt. But thank you to everybody who is watching so far. I hope everybody is doing well. I hope you've got the chance. You checked out some of my previous episodes, or my most recent episode, which I released yesterday on YouTube. I'm going for surgery in August. Okay, I wish you the best of luck in your surgery. I think you mentioned that before. I know how tough surgery can be, and also sometimes how scary it can be, but I also know how better, you can feel when it's done. So, good question, ECO Cypher. What would my stances be? If I recall correctly, they have 5 stances. Good. I'm glad you're having your tumor removed. I'm sure it's a little bit scary for you, but we're thinking of you, and we wish you nothing but the best. Oh my gosh. So I guess my first stance would be Freemasonry is not a monolithic organization, but rather is a series of different jurisdictions. Because I think for that, I think much of the mistaken quality of the conspiracy theory side of it comes from people believing that Freemasonry is controlled by one global entity, right? Like Freemasonry is this global cabal that controls everything, and that leads to a lot of conspiratorial ideas. And so I think we need to combat that first. Oh, I think I might have figured something out here. Give me a second. And so I think that's why the first thing that's really important is taking the time to refute that idea and say Freemasonry, there is no global cabal controlling Freemasonry. It's one it's not one monolithic organization, but rather a series of jurisdictions that recognize that, the relationship between them is through something called recognition. So that would be my first prompt, because and again, it depends who's in the surrounded group, but if it is a, general representation of anti-Masonic thought, then you will get some conspiracy theorists in there who think that Freemasonry is a globally controlled organization, that there's one man or a couple men, in a castle in Romania or Bucharest, controlling what all Freemasons do around the world. So I'd want to get that dealt with first and get that out of the way. My next prompt would probably be that Freemasonry's origins date to the stone mason guilds of medieval Europe. Again, because the common misconceptions that a lot of conspiracy theorists go with is that Freemasonry dates back to, there were Freemasons in ancient Egypt and ancient aliens and all that stuff. And I'd want to try to refute that for the same reason. And I feel like that, if I can success with those 2 points, then even if I don't convince the people who disagree and say Freemasonry is, a global organization, or Freemasonry, even if the people who are saying that, I don't convince them, the rest of the people listening on YouTube, by refuting those 2 points, I then think I have a better chance of being successful with my next 3 points. Which would be, my next 3 statements would be that Freemasonry is not exclusive, but actually is inclusive of women through Eastern Star, Order of Women Freemasonry, and the Order of Rainbow, to deal with that debate, because then you'll move aside from the conspiracy folks to dealing with those people who dislike Freemasonry because they feel that it's exclusive towards women. The 4th one would be Freemasonry has been historically a force for good in the world, and its existence makes the world a better place. And then the 5th one would be Freemasonry makes the lives of its members better. So those would be my 5 prompts. I hope those make sense. Yes, I've pointed that out as well to them, but they never listened. But it's true. We can barely organize a barbecue, so good luck getting us to organize, world domination. Thank you so much for being here. I do hope everybody is doing well. If you're just jumping in the chat, I hope you will, or the stream, I hope you will hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. And yeah, we're just hanging out now, chatting, talking about some fun stuff. We had somebody who's got a flight tomorrow at 6 a.m. We also have somebody who's getting surgery in August. And to both of you, I wish nothing but, for the flight, I hope it's a good flight. I know flying can sometimes be scary for some people. And for the surgery, I hope it goes well. That can be scary as well, even though it's one of those things where it's scary but necessary. It's like going to the dentist, right? It's scary, but you got to do it. Well, so it's somewhat segregated by gender, you could say, right? Because the majority of Masonic lodges and bodies are fraternities, which means they're male exclusive, but there is also the Order of Women Freemasons, and there is also Eastern Star, which are both, women run and women groups. I can't go to an Order of Women Freemasons meeting, nor can they come to my meeting, but they are still respected in Masonic circles, and they're becoming more and more recognized. The UGLE recognizes them, for example, and in Ontario, it's getting more and more that direction, which I think is a good thing. I'm a big supporter of the Order of Women Freemasons. I'm a firm believer in more sand in the sandbox, plenty of sand in the sandbox, I should say. And what that means is, I think it's wonderful if people want to start Masonic groups. Ethnicity, there's ethnicity and there's race. I think what you're referring to, it's not segregated by that. There was, there still is, I shouldn't say. There still is the Prince Hall Masons, which started due to, this was in, oh my gosh, I don't remember the date now, 1863. I'm probably getting this wrong. I forget the date now. Or 1887, when a man by the name of Prince Hall was denied entry into a all-white Masonic lodge, so he started basically his own Masonic group, Masonic lodge called Prince Hall for African American and Black men. That was an example of Masons are human beings. They have all the same foibles and problems as human beings, including racism. Um, and I kind of feel weird about it because, on the one hand, I'm very sad that he was denied entry based on his race. But on the other hand, the consequence of that was the creation of Prince Hall Freemasonry, which is a wonderful organization and an absolute credit to the Masonic family that you would not have had created otherwise. So I can't help but kind of respect the creation of it. And so, but that was an example of Freemasons not following the rules, right? They should have let him in at the time. They were just racist, and so they didn't. But Prince Hall Freemasonry and Masonry, there's no more segregation in the sense that I can visit a Prince Hall lodge, they can visit my lodge. I can join Prince Hall Masonry, Freemasonry in 2025 and forever since I've been alive. And before that, welcomes men of any ethnicity. My lodge has members of every ethnicity and every faith and from all around the world. So there was an example of segregation of never official, but unofficial for sure. There was, Prince Hall and, not Prince Hall Masonry, but that has gone away and that's a good thing. Age, no. I mean, there's Masonic youth groups. So for Masons for, young boys and young girls interested in kind of learning about Masonry, but are not of the age where they can join a Masonic lodge, they can join Demole or they can join the Rainbow. So there is that as well. No worries, Bucharest Red. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it, but get some sleep. It's 12:30 at night. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, How Devil. I appreciate that very much. I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you are new to the stream or not. I think you are. I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing, and if you have any questions or comments about Freemasonry, any thoughts, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. You have to believe in a supreme being, ECO Cipher. So I don't like to use the term God because depending where you live, God usually has specific religious connotations. So here in North America, when I hear someone talk of God, I usually think of the Christian faith, right? Because that is that's kind of culturally, it's the majority religion. If I was, living in Israel and I heard somebody say God, I may think of it as the Jewish faith. If I'm living in, let's say, Morocco, a Muslim country, I may hear God and think of it as the Muslim faith, Allah. So for me, I prefer the term supreme being. So you have to believe in a supreme being, but what that supreme being is kind of dependent on who, is kind of dependent on, just what you believe. So we have men of the Christian faith, all denominations. In Freemasonry, we have men of the Hindu faith, the Muslim faith, the Jewish faith, the Wiccan, Indigenous, First Nations, and those who don't have, like myself, I don't necessarily believe in any one particular faith, but I do believe there is a supreme being. It's something greater than oneself, if that makes sense. So it's a belief in a supreme being. What that supreme being is up to the individual. No, How Devil, but thank you for being here. Freemasons and black magic is not the same. I know some Wiccan people, but I understand they don't practice black magic. I know even a couple Wiccan Freemasons, but yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of vague on purpose. Supreme being actually is an enlightenment term, so it's not like something unique to Freemasonry. Really, there is no definition. You basically have to believe that the supreme being, you have some type of relationship with it beyond yourself. If you called yourself a supreme being, you would have to talk to your lodge. Honestly, in a lot of lodges, that would pass muster, and you'd be able to join. I'm not a huge fan of that, and there are some lodges who will say, it has to be something beyond that somehow, but really that's a lodge experience. Really, what I'd say is speak to the lodge of which you want to go into, right? And kind of evolve that and explain kind of what that means to them. And if you can explain it to them and it works for them, then it works for them. Bro, why is Freemasonry? Well, because Freemasonry is not a religion. Freemasonry is a civic organization. It respects men of and women for that matter, right, of all religions and beliefs, but it is not in and of itself a religion. I mean, the example I can give is, let's imagine that you are called into court. Here in Canada, I'm going to use example of, but the States would work as well. You're called into court to testify on something, and you need to swear. You need to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I may swear on a Bible. A Muslim witness may swear on the Quran. Somebody else who's indigenous may use an eagle feather. Someone else may use the Torah or their own holy book, right? But because the court is ultimately a civil or civic institution, it is not going to treat one religious belief as more important than any other. And it shouldn't. I'm a firm believer in it shouldn't. I know some people, especially in the States, would argue that there should be one preference for one type of religion. I don't believe that. I believe in a civic society and civic groups, all religions must be respected as much as you can. But it'd be the same idea, right? Because ultimately Freemasonry is not a religion. And that's one of the things that the Catholic Church, not to get into this whole thing, is kind of misunderstood about Freemasonry, right? Where they would say, well, Freemasonry is a religion, but it treats all religions equally. And it's like, well, no, we're not a religion. We are a civic group. And because we are a civic group, then it has to respect all religious beliefs. Like no Catholic priest would ever say, I don't think anyways, would ever say to like one of the congregation members, don't go to the courthouse to testify in court, because they'll have people swearing on different holy books and treating all holy books as the same, right? And so, that is kind of the misunderstanding. Next holiday, I think July 1st, Canada Day, which is the same weekend as your July 4th, which is kind of a fun thing. I hope everybody is doing well. If you've not done so yet, I hope you will take a moment. I mean, is black magic real? I don't personally, I'm, of the Harry Houdini school, so I don't believe in black magic. I don't believe in magic per se. I do believe people can have their energies and kind of influence the world around them in that way, but I don't believe, for example, I could make like an elephant actually disappear. It's just illusions. So I'm certainly much more on the side of, I am, and the great Harry Houdini versus Arthur Conan Doyle fight, if that's what you want to call it, I'm much more on the side of Harry Houdini, which is, I don't believe black magic is real. But then again, I mean, how would I know? I'm just a guy, right? Freemasons have no special knowledge of black magic or magical arts of any kind. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I truly appreciate it. By the way, we're 1 like away from 20 likes, so maybe take a moment and hit that like button. Get me up to 20. Share this stream. Please hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to check out my Patreon, where you can join at 10% off for the next 7 days. So if you normally would pay $3 US per month, you now pay $2.70 US. with a special promo code 23D69. But I do hope everybody is doing well. Thank you, everybody who's been here. It's been a great stream. I've had a couple hundred people on the stream, I think 215, which is wonderful. Looks like we just got one person watching right now, but that's okay. I appreciate you being here very much. I kind of want to wait to see if we get to, up to 20 likes and maybe even one more subscription before I finish the stream. But maybe what I'll do, I'm going to take this off the thing now. Anybody knows any tricks for like charging ports, let me know, because this port is not working well at all. I'm going to go back here. Let's give this another, let's say 10 minutes. Let's just see if anybody else joins. And then after this, maybe I'll go to my other channel for a few minutes. Good. I'm sure it's going to go great. I have no doubt you'll have a very good time. Thank you so much for letting me know, and I wish you nothing but success. And I appreciate you. You're doing an incredible job, so you should be very proud of the work you're putting in. I know you're trying to learn a lot about Freemasonry, which is wonderful, and keep up the good work. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me know how you're doing. I hope everybody is doing well. And come on, I'm one like away from 20 likes. So let's see if we can get one more like on this stream. Heck, create a new account. There, you can do it that way. And I asked the question, does Freemasonry provide meaningful struggle? And it looks like the answers are all yes, which I agree with. You know, somebody said struggle is not what makes you unhappy. It's meaningless struggle, which makes you unhappy, which I agree with. So I think Freemasonry provides meaningful struggle. Oh, actually, it was 4 yeses and 2 nos. So there you go. The people who said no, let me know why you said no. I'd love to know what your thoughts are. Oh, I lost a like. Now I'm 2 likes away from 20. That's all right. I'm still enjoying being on this stream. Thank you everybody who's been on it with me so far. Over 200 people, which has been wonderful to see. So please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I hope everybody is doing well. Seven votes on the poll question. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for thank you so much for being part of the stream. I truly appreciate it. As always, you're listening in. I hope I was able to give some people some different answers. Maybe I'll do this I'm doing this for 4 hours and 40 minutes, so maybe I'll do this for another 20 minutes, and then we can switch over. I'll take a break, because back when it'll be 6 o'clock, I'll grab some food, then maybe I'll jump on and do it on my personal account, just for fun, for a few. And maybe I'll even try doing a Twitch stream again tonight for something else to do for fun. But thank you everybody for joining so far. And I will be doing a bunch of questions on this channel, like poll questions and quizzes about Masonic soldiers. So try to pay attention for that as well. Because today, again, is Memorial Day. Memorial Day in the States, I should say. And to all of our soldiers, thank you. Does Freemasonry provide meaningful struggle? Yes, 75%, no, 25%. So yeses are still in the lead, 6-2. It's interesting. I feel like Mondays are one of my better stream days, which is really interesting. I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's even last Monday was actually really good in terms of the number of people we had joining. So that's really interesting. Certainly in terms of hours, this has been a great stream as well. 219 people have joined, and congratulations, Courtney. That's awesome to see. That's awesome to hear. I hope it goes, I'm sure it's going to go excellently. So keep up the great work. Oh, a bunch of them. Yeah. Like, do you mean have I been interviewed or have I done the interview? Because I've done both. I've both been interviewed about Freemasonry and interviewed others about Freemasonry on my channel. I did one not that long ago with High Altitude Investing, which talks, he's a Mason out of Utah. I did one with a lady called Core. We talked about Freemasonry and mindfulness. It's been really fun. So yeah, if you type in Cameron Adamson, I think I do pop up pretty frequently. So thank you everybody who's joined. Thank you everybody who's taking part in our poll questions. I really appreciate it when you guys do that and answer the poll questions. I find it helps give me new things to talk about. But I do hope you will also hit the like and subscribe button. Not super in-depth CM. I mean, I know about it. I know a little bit about the OTO, and I know a little bit about Aleister Crowley, but thank you, I appreciate that, ECO. But honestly, it's not something I know a ton about. You know, Aleister Crowley, he passed away 1950? 1947 he passed away. Let me see. Let me pull it up. Double check. 1947, yeah, I was right. He was a religious fella too, which again, Freemasonry and religion don't always go well together. But no, the OTO is not something I know a ton about. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, I think if you type in Cameron Adamson into YouTube, some of those interviews do pop up, like the one I did with Black Raven Meditation might pop up. I'd encourage you to check that one out and, you know, support Black Raven Meditation. The stuff she does is great. She's a really cool lady. So I appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much. To everybody watching this, thank you, CM Pied. Is that anything to do with CM Punk? Is that a connection there at all to being here? I really appreciate you sticking around. ECO Cypher, your questions were awesome. Arjun Reina? Hello, Arjun. I hope that you are doing well. I am not Uncle Sam. I do love the States. I've said a million times, Canada is the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. those neighbors being the United States. But I'm Canadian, born and raised in Canada. So, do I look like Uncle Sam? And by the way, Arjun, I'm not sure you've been on the stream before. Please hit the like button if you can, and please hit the subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. It's no worries. I mean, Canadians and Americans, we sound the same, so we're easy to... I cannot... Wow, that's a deep cut, Spirit. That is going way back in time in terms of the... political humor. I can see Detroit from my backyard, though. Yes, I knew he developed... I think it's called Telema, but I don't know a lot about it. But I mean, so many things, because Freemasonry was so ubiquitous, in the 1920s especially, but through the 1870s and 1920s, that so many groups were developed and had Masonic connections and Masonic bases, like the Young Farmers of America, was founded by 4 Freemasons. The Free Gardeners, which is another agricultural society, was founded by Freemasons. It's like the Oddfellows. Like, it's almost inevitable that if you join Freemasonry, you're going to develop an interest in fraternity and then want to take that interest and apply it to other fields. And so if you want to start a youth group for young farmers and you're a Freemason, you're probably going to borrow from Freemasonry when you're creating the organizational structure of the Young Farmers of America, for example. Yes, no. I mean, I do feel sometimes like Alaska should be in Canada, geographically speaking, but I'm sure the Alaskans are happy to be American. And yeah, she was American. So, but I can see Detroit from my house, from my apartment. I could maybe turn this around and show it to you guys. Do you guys want to see the view from my... Here, I'll make that the last poll question I'll do. We're going to end this poll. Do you want to see Detroit from my window? Do I like... I mean, if you're asking if I like... That's got to be Kane. 80, I appreciate that very much because I love professional wrestling. Thank you for saying that. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Good old JR in the chat. I do appreciate that very much. Please hit the like and subscribe button. But if you're asking, sorry, Arjun, if I like Uncle Sam, then I like the States. I love America. Well, so that's a really interesting kind of question. Because, I mean, as someone who loves Freemasonry, I obviously think it's wonderful whenever I learn of any Freemason who gets involved in politics. I think Masonic principles will make the world a better place. And so if you're in a position to implement those principles, all the better. I do sometimes think the connection between Freemasonry and the Founding Fathers is a little bit overdone. Because percentage-wise, if I recall correctly, it was like 12 number of Founding Fathers who were Freemasons. So 9 of the 39, according to Google, 9 of the 39 founders were Freemasons. And certainly important ones were, like John Hancock, George Washington, Ben Franklin. But sometimes I think the number is a little bit overdone. I mean, there were, 9 out of 39, right? But I still think it's a decent, I think ultimately Freemasonry does provide a framework which can 100% create a better world if it's applied. Audie, I'm going to give you an answer to that question. By the way, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. One of my... I mean, So I'm going to go with CM's question first, then Audie's, because that's a longer story. We need to be aware that they exist. I am, of the plenty of sand in the sandbox philosophy. I'm not going to knock. If somebody saw the square and compasses and really liked the symbol and thought it was really pretty and decides they don't want to join a group, they want to start their own group, I'm not going to begrudge him that, so long as he's honest with his membership that it's his group and not a recognized Masonic group. I don't knock anybody doing anything without hurting somebody else, right? So I'm not like as vehemently anti-clandestine as a lot of other people seem to be in Freemasonry. I just want them to be honest about who is and isn't recognized. But it doesn't hurt to be aware of them and make sure people understand what they're going through, or what a clandestine lodge means, not as a pejorative or negative sense, but just what it actually means practically for the membership joining. The widow's son, Hiram Biff. I mean, probably evening, Z. I hope you're doing well. Probably mythological. There is reference to an H. Abiff in the Bible. I forget which section, but my suspicion is he is more mythological than an actual figure, or it's probably a composite of a lot of different figures as opposed to one person. And then, Masons kind of took him and used him as a symbol for different values, which we hope to hold. So if you only had 7 hours to live, what will you do? Exactly the same thing I'm doing now. One of my favorite stories, and it's a religious story, religious in context, but I still love it. There was a priest went out to talk to a bunch of kids playing soccer. And the priest said to the kids playing soccer, if Jesus came down from heaven right now and said, the world will end in 5 minutes, what will you do? Some of the kids said they would, run and pray for forgiveness. Some of the kids said they would ask people for forgiveness that they had harmed. Some people said they'd forgive others. Some people said they'd go and hug their mom. Some people said, all these kids said they would do all these things that they had to get done before the world ended. And then one kid said he would keep playing soccer. And when the priest asked, why would you keep playing soccer and, not do all these other things? He said, well, this morning I already prayed for forgiveness for my sins, and anybody who I've wronged, I've tried my best to always ask for forgiveness as soon as I can. And he said, he already told his mom that he loves her, and he already did the chores that he had to do. And so he would have nothing to do but keep enjoying the rest of the time he has before the world ends. And I kind of view it as the same way. I try to live my life in such a way that if I get hit by a car, or if I find out I've got 5 hours to live or 7 hours to live, I would keep doing the exact same things I've always done, because I would, because I've done everything I need to do. So if I had 7 hours to live, I would keep doing exactly what I'm doing now. And just live my life as I normally would. Biden was made a Prince Hall Master Mason the other day. Yes, I'm one of the ones who, in this great Masonic debate, I would consider Biden a Freemason, at least in Prince Hall, South Carolina. But the idea of making a Mason on site is kind of a somewhat controversial, situation in Freemasonry at the moment, depending who you ask, but I believe it is possible. So yeah, when you ask what about Manly P. Hall, I mean, author, far too into the kind of occultist stuff. For me, I mean, I agree with that philosophy, Z. I'm not a fan of the idea of Mason on site myself, but I do understand and recognize why it is that it exists. Actually, interesting, Z. I learned this today talking about, Masonic soldiers, famous Masonic soldiers. Douglas MacArthur was made a Mason on site in the Philippines. So, there are some who, for whatever reason, have done such great services to the country, to the community, that they are kind of, I think, maybe deserving of being Masons if they so desire, but maybe it needs to be done on site for whatever reason. Like there was a astronaut who applied to join Freemasonry, tried to join a million times, but every time he was getting ready to join, he had to, literally leave the planet. And eventually, after a few years, they turned around and they just made him a Mason on site because, his space work, they felt it was sufficient effort. No, CM Pi, not even a little bit. I think 10% of astronauts have been Masons, maybe. I might be actually overestimating that number. I mean, Buzz Aldrin would be the most famous Mason who is also an astronaut, but the vast majority are not. I think I don't know where that myth, I don't know, because even Candace Owens lately, who I'm no fan of, on a side note, has been saying like Freemasons control NASA or NASA control, like I don't quite know what the claim is she's making, but she seems to be drawing all these parallels between Freemasonry and NASA, which is not the case. And that is not quite true either, Z. And I'm a member of Tranquility Lodge, which is the lodge to which you're referring. Buzz Aldrin, when he went up to space, brought with him a charter from the Grand Master of Texas. So technically, Texas claimed the moon for itself and started Tranquility Lodge, which is a lodge that meets in, I forget where, somewhere in Texas, with the goal, Tranquility. I have the dues card, which has the goal, though, of one day meeting on the moon. And I personally hope that they get there. I think that would be cool. Where's the address on this thing? Plantersville. They meet in Plantersville, Texas. See, here's the dues card there with the picture of the moon from NASA. So that is really cool as well. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. It's amazing how many people I still have coming. To have 10 people on the stream at the 5-hour mark is wonderful and truly grateful, truly appreciated. Please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. Let me know how you guys are doing. I don't know how, because the other two men on there, because there was 3 men on the space flight, right? The other 2 were not themselves Masons. Maybe they did something like with the radio somehow, but the only Mason on that was Buzz Aldrin, if I recall correctly, the second man on the moon. So I'm not sure how they would have tiled it, but I would love one day to meet on the moon. I think that would be absolutely incredible. Please take a moment, by the way, if you're just joining us, we got 9 people watching right now, to hit the like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. Let me know how you're doing and if there's anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. Any thoughts, any comments, positive, negative, or neutral, when it comes to Freemasonry, I'd love to hear them. Let me know also what you think of Square Compass Promotions. If you want to see us, tackle any different subjects as it relates to Freemasonry, I'd love to know what those are. Yes, I've heard about those, and I really want to one day get to one of those caves in Georgia. I think that would be incredible to take part in a cave degree. That would be a lot of fun. I don't think so. I have not, but I'd love to do. I love cemeteries. So, Bryce says, I would love to do a degree in a cemetery. That'd be awesome. I can't tell if the second one you're saying is Jubilon. I mean, that's something that pops up in Freemasonry. Also came up in the movie From Hell, which touched on this fact, which I thought was really, really cool and really interesting. I mean, I'd believe it. Right, one thing that Freemasonry in the third degree does discuss, without going into too many details, is the mortality which we all face, and doing a degree. I'm back. Oh, I'm back. All right, sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. For some reason, my stream went. Maybe that's sending me a sign that I'm supposed to be ending this stream. Yeah, it was down. I'm not sure what happened there. It came back. I'll have to see if I can fix that after. All the conspiracy theorists are going to go crazy and think it was, you know, the Masons trying to stop me or something. So, but I think we're back now. Not sure what happened there. I'm not sure how long I was out for. He did say that. What do you think he might have meant by that? Right? There's two kind of views that I always take with that one. The first is that he is not referring to Lucifer as Satan per se. He is referring more to Lucifer in like the Prometheus concept as being kind of similar to who Prometheus was in Greek mythology, someone who brought light, someone who brought knowledge to man, you know, in the case of the serpent in the garden, which to him was not, the serpent in the garden was not the same as Satan himself. It was a different character, someone who gave knowledge to man. But the other thing, and notice the word he says there that people forget. Yes, Lucifer, God, and unfortunately, right? The word unfortunately. So what he's also trying to say is there's a concept of duality. You know, if you believe in ultimate good, God, then unfortunately, as a consequence of that, you also have to believe in ultimate evil, Satan, right? The idea that it's a duality, that the light cannot exist without the darkness, and the darkness cannot exist without the light. So he's also not saying it in a good way, precisely. More what he's saying is that unfortunately, because he uses the word unfortunate, right? That, you know, you will never have a world in which it is exclusively light and good. There will always be darkness to go along with that. And I mean, this is not a new idea. C.S. Lewis talked about that. The shadow proves the light, right? Right? And so there was this idea of like, there's this struggle. And again, the Lucifer to which he's referring is not so much the Lucifer of, you know, the angel, Satan, the fallen angel, but rather the idea of him being a Prometheus-based figure, right? Prometheus as being someone who kind of, you know, Prometheus brought fire to man and was punished by the gods. Lucifer, the serpent, you know, gave knowledge to mankind in the garden. Having said all of that, the one thing we need to keep in mind, we're talking about Albert Pike, is Albert Pike was a writer for the Southern Masonic, the Southern Scottish Rite jurisdiction. I mean, his statements would have no impact on Freemasonry, certainly not on Craft Lodge. Here in Canada, you know, he does not himself, like I said, he was a man who wrote, his influence on Freemasonry has been greatly over-exaggerated by many people. Santoron is here. Santoron, I hope you will be so kind as to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Well, but again, you're referencing an individual who is actually not particularly like what he said about Freemasonry is he was a writer for the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite. He's from Alabama, if I recall correctly. So, and he was writing at a time when Freemasonry had already existed for approximately, depending on how you want to define it, 200 and some odd years, right? So he he had his views on Freemasonry, which is fine. Everybody can have their views on Freemasonry and the things he believed, which I don't personally believe myself. But the idea that he was foundational to Freemasonry, he came along much after, right? And if you look at it, before Albert Pike said what he said, which I think was in the 300, I think it was page 365 of his work, Lucifer was not mentioned in the Regius manuscripts, which I would argue are the foundational documents of Freemasonry, nor is Lucifer or Satan mentioned in any of the original charges or constitutions from England. Nor does Lucifer Satanism come in, I think, until Albert Pike, again, who was one man writing on his views of Freemasonry, which was really specific to the southern Scottish Rite jurisdiction. The equivalent would be, let's say I become really, really big and really popular, knock on wood. You can help me on that by hitting the like and subscribe button, by the way. But let's say I become really big and really popular, and I decide to write a book about Freemasonry, and in it I provide not just my thoughts on Freemasonry, but my philosophical thoughts, my idea, for example, that in Freemason, my idea, for example, that there is a supreme being, but that it is not a supreme being based on any one religion, right? People may look at that and say, oh, Freemasons believe in what Cameron wrote. But I'm writing at a time when Freemasonry has already been established for, at this point, over 300 years. And I'm just giving my views, right? Because again, if the idea of Freemasonry and Lucifer, if Lucifer was relevant to Freemasonry, right, why does it not pop up in the Regius manuscripts? Why does it not pop up in the old charges or the landmarks, right? Why do I never hear the word Lucifer or Satan in any of the rituals I've seen in any degree or in any location across North America? So it's one of those things where I do have some respect. I do have respect for Albert Pike and for what he did and what he wrote, and I think there was some value in it, but I also think he got a lot of stuff incorrect, and I think a lot of what he wrote was his own opinions. Well, so I am 18th degree, so I'm, Rose Qua. I didn't bother going any higher. In Canada, you get your degrees in batches when you're in the Scottish Rite. You go 4 to 15, and then, 4 to 14, 15 to 18, and then 19 to 32. So I stopped at the 18th degree because I was just so busy with Blue Lodge. But, so obviously I know Albert Pike, and I'm not saying Albert Pike wasn't influential, but he was influential at a point at which Freemasonry was already well established, and he was adding ideas to it. And some of the ideas he had were really good. I loved his ideas on, the value of democracy in organizations and why it's necessary. Some of his ideas I'm not a fan of. As Z says, Albert Pike was just a philosopher. He had good ideas and bad ideas. He was also fallen heavily into the spiritualism craze at the time, which, again, spiritualism drew a distinction between Lucifer as a light bringer and Satan, the fallen angel. And you see that nowadays with Luciferianism. And again, it's not something where I necessarily agree with him. I just think he's one of those people where you take, I think most Freemasons who have read his work have done well at recognizing the stuff that's historically accurate, recognizing the stuff that is valuable insights, and recognizing the stuff that is probably not helpful. Albert Pike, one of the phrases I always hear is Masons know Masonry from being Masons, and non-Masons know Masonry from Albert Pike. But yeah, I hope that answers your questions. And again, I would say if you want to learn better as to the start of what Freemasonry is and its foundations, the Regius manuscripts are a good place to start from a historical perspective. And honestly, I will say some Masons, one of the mistakes that they do make is they'll read Albert Pike or they'll read Manly P. Hall, and they will try to big up some of that spiritual stuff and the Lucifer stuff to make Freemasonry seem spooky and cool. And they'll talk to people about it and they'll post stuff online about it, even though the one place they're getting it from is Albert Pike and it's not popping up in any other degrees or in any other parts of the craft. Well, I mean, he didn't say, he said, again, from what I understand, I have to go back and read it. What he said is Lucifer is, he brought knowledge to man. The knowledge originated with God, and then he brought it, and that light and darkness acts in duality. Well, but there is true. It does get taken out of context sometimes. There's another sentence above what you were quoting, which I have to go back and look at it. It's been a while, which kind of sets the context. So there's more to what he said than the quote, if I recall correctly. But I'd have to go back and read it again to make sure. I mean, the idea of recruiting members, I mean, so the idea of something that brings knowledge, you could argue Google Luciferianism. The difference is with Google, you don't always know if you're getting the right knowledge or accurate knowledge. With Lucifer, it's the same issue, right? Like, are you getting the right knowledge? That's the key. And I think again, I'm getting into religious studies and I'm way over my skis because I'm not a religious expert by any means. I think what they would say is Lucifer, like Google sometimes, brings incorrect knowledge to people, or is like a trickster, I think. But I'm not again a religious expert, But again, the idea of Prometheus and Lucifer as being the same figures, and even the idea of what did Prometheus bring to man? He brought fire, or he brought light. What did what did Prometheus? What did Lucifer bring? Knowledge, which you could argue is kind of like a light. Well, there are a lot of writers who write on Freemasonry and provide their own opinions on what it is versus isn't. And so if you're looking for like just plain histories of what Freemasonry is, like Chris Hodap is really good because he just provides the history of it and the facts. If you're looking for more the philosophical side of it, not every Mason shares the same philosophies, right? Like I have my own philosophies of Freemasonry. What I try to do though, and be really clear when I'm doing these streams, is be clear. I speak for myself. I don't speak on behalf of my lodge. My philosophies on Freemasonry are based on my experiences, but that doesn't mean they apply, right? Like the Grand Lodge was founded in 1717 at the Goose and Gridiron. Like that's a fact, right? The extent to which Freemasonry makes the world a better place, that's my opinion. And how it makes the world a better place is my opinion. Hopefully Masons share those opinions, but you have to be careful. So again, the Luciferian doctrine, it doesn't mean satanic doctrine. What it means, again, as you would understand it, like Satan, man with pointy ears, it means the idea of bringing knowledge, bringing light. Lucifer and Satan, again, are not considered the same in those spiritual circles. So, as Masons, we should hopefully try to bring knowledge for members, and knowledge in a very like practical, boring sense, right? One of the things we're taught in Freemasonry is to study geometry, right? Study triangles and study the liberal arts and sciences. That's why on this channel I tried to interview NASA scientists, because it's this idea of one of the goals of being alive is to learn more about ourselves, learn more about others, learn more about the world. So it's knowledge. Well, I don't trust knowledge from Lucifer, because I don't believe, Lucifer exists as a real thing. I believe in a supreme being, but I'm not Christian. Or I'm not Luciferian in either. I just believe the concept of knowledge bringing light is a good concept, right? And that to me is kind of what I believe in, if that makes any sense. So I believe knowledge is important. I believe where knowledge should ultimately come from, and I hope is where it comes from, is from our own researches and our own studies. But the metaphor we can use, in my opinion, the metaphor that we can use is the idea of the bringing of light. And if you want to use, Prometheus stealing fire from the gods, you can. If you want to use Lucifer convincing Eve to eat the apple, you can use that as a metaphor. You can use kind of any metaphor you want. I think the concept of the search for knowledge is incredibly important. Well, Lord, I'm going to have to get rid of you again if I can jump in the chat. But my internet is being funky right now, so it's proving difficult, but I'm getting there in a second. So I hope that answered your question, CM. You answered another question, which I'm not trying to ignore. I want to get to it in just 1 second, if I could find it. But yeah, I don't necessarily believe, like I said, I don't believe knowledge comes from Lucifer literally. I don't believe in Lucifer. Like I said, I believe in a supreme being. And I believe one of the goals we have in life is to seek for knowledge. So, it's kind of like saying, do I believe in knowledge that comes from Prometheus? And it's like, well, I believe fire is a really good thing. Well, but there's different types of beliefs, right? I feel like, because again, I am not a religious scholar, so I can't, speak for any of this stuff. I only speak for myself, which is when I'm studying and trying to gain knowledge, I don't believe it is coming from, allegory. I don't believe it is coming from any source. I believe that it is coming from my own source, my own knowledge, my own ability to reason and understand. Not the ability to know comes from within, if that makes sense. Getting super technical. Knowledge comes from, outside of you, reading books, sense data. I touch this and it's hard, so that gives me a piece of knowledge, my table. But the ability to know comes from within. And I do believe it's possible for us to cultivate that ability as we grow. And I think one of the goals should be of life is to cultivate that ability more and more, so you're better able to know things, because one of the gifts of being alive is the ability to know and to try to reason. And that's something Freemasonry does teach in our degrees in emulation ritual, especially here in Canada. I can't speak as much for Preston Webb in the States, but emulation ritual does really encourage does really encourage that desire for knowledge, which I think is a wonderful thing. Emotional equilibrium leads to unlock the ability to know. I mean, emotional equilibrium helps hugely. If you are, and Freemasonry loves temperance. If you are not being temperate in Freemasonry, you are less likely to be able to learn things, right? You need to be temperate. Freemasonry, sorry, Z, but this is from before, but I did see this quote. Freemasonry kind of reminds me of religion here in the States. There's different denominations depending where you go, but at the core, I agree with that. And that's how I've always viewed it. At the core, the teachings are the same. Sorry, CM, you mentioned way above, and I wanted to get this to you. Donald Plastic, welcome back, Donald. Thank you for being here. Aren't you concerned that there's no recruiting in the young members? So I am concerned about getting more new young members. I don't believe that Freemasons should recruit. I actually think recruiting is not a healthy thing. Rather, we should just speak about why we love Freemasonry, why it's a benefit to us or the world, and hope people sees that and wants to join, right? Freemasonry shouldn't recruit in the sense of going out to young people and trying to get them in. Rather, we should just demonstrate what it is we love about Freemasonry, hope that they see it and hope they want to join. But at the end of the day, you know, people have to make up their own minds. And that's the beautiful thing about Freemasonry. It's not trying to force anybody. All right, this has been an absolute blast. Thank you, everybody who's joining. I hope if we get the chance, you guys will still hit that like and subscribe button. I believe the poll has been answered and the yeses are at 70%. You guys want to see Detroit outside of my window. So you know what? Congratulations. You get to see Detroit outside of my window. Hit the like and subscribe button if you want. All right, so let me just, and sorry that the stream went dead there for a second. Let me see how I can do this here. Moving at sky is so tough. Leave some hearts to see Detroit. Ignore the fact that my place is a mess. We're going to do this, and then I'm going to be ending this stream for today. I may go on my personal channel and do a stream tonight after I get something to eat because I'm starving. Streaming all day is tough work. Sorry, Earth is a globe, but I appreciate the fact that everybody has their own opinions. Oh my gosh, the windows are so dirty too. Okay, let me just see if I can get this thing here. That is Detroit. That is the Detroit River. That is the very cool Chrysler buildings. Z, thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody. I agree. Give 100, one of those 100 emojis if you think it's a nice view. I hope everybody had a great time. Maybe you'll see me tonight. Hit the like and subscribe button, and thank you guys so much.